great disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka.
The rest are ungrateful.
The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were thinking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029.
Just for now,
they do not regard people that help them.
I'm not. Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Come on, Liberia. Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Garguah administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try. The fall of the Garguah administration begins with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you are loud?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Garguah can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. Okay. They put a hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Garguah presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Garguah is not poor like you, not even as me.
46 years after one of Liberia's darkest political chapters, families of victims of the 1980 coup have gathered to remember their loved ones and renew calls for justice. The commemoration took place Wednesday, April 22, in Painesville at the April 22nd Memorial Park. Relatives of slain President William R. Tolbert Jr., members of his security detail, and 13 senior officials executed days after the coup all joined the solemn observance. The annual event records the aftermath of the April 12, 1980 coup that ended Tolbert's presidency. 10 days later, 13 officials were executed by firing squad after a hasty trial. This year, the ceremony focused not only on remembrance, but also on the search for closure. Families pointed to an empty vault inside the mausoleum, saying the remains of their loved ones have still not been recovered or identified. The commemoration also featured the screening of a new documentary titled The Assassination of President William R. Tolbert Jr., directed by Gerald K. Barkley.
But I would like to congratulate you, Gerald, you and your team, for what I think is a world-class piece of filmmaking.
The film revisits the events of April 12th and includes perspectives from former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and historian Dr. Elwood Dawn. As families honor the past, their message was clear.
As we honor our fathers, we also recommit ourselves to completing this work, to preserving their legacy, to teaching our history, and to building a Liberia where justice, accountability, and unity prevail.
For Front Page Africa, this is Gerald Quanyene.
The Truth and Reconciliation Commission made it clear in its findings that what occurred was, quote, a gross violation of human rights and an egregious abuse of power, unquote. It affirmed that these were acts of, quote, summary executions carried out without due process, unquote, and reminded us that such actions, quote, undermine the rule of law and the very foundation of a democratic society, unquote. These are not just words. They are a warning. They are a call to conscience. They are a natural obligation. It is in that spirit of patriotism, unity, and reconciliation that we have built this memorial park, not only to honor their lives, but to remind every Liberian that what happened on April 22nd, 1980 was a grave injustice, an act of political violence that violated both our Constitution and international humanitarian principles and must never happen again to anyone, no matter who they are. Today, we also pause to express deep gratitude. We thank the Liberia Baptist Theological Seminary for their extraordinary generosity in providing this land upon which this memorial stands. Your gift has given us not just space, but dignity, visibility, and a sacred place for remembrance and healing. We also thank every individual, institution, and partner who has contributed to this park. Your support has turned vision into reality, but let it be clear, we are not finished. We are building more than a memorial. We are building a legacy. And so today, we go even further. We are proud to introduce the vision of the April 22nd Memorial Group Research Center.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Thursday edition of the closing argument. Sorry if you are signed in earlier. We had technical issues in Liberia, obviously, based on the electrical system there. So we have to reboot, switch from LEC to generator. So here we are, share the show. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And let's get to business. Let's dive into it. Like I said earlier, today is the 23rd of April, 2026. Today or yesterday was a day that many lost their lives in the Republic of Liberia. And the children and families of those that were executed on the 12th of April will be here to talk to Liberia and Liberians at home and in the diaspora They are coming to talk about forgiveness, unity, and atonement. Today is set aside as a solemn day that we are going to reflect and hopefully the nation can atone and develop the courage to forgive, but not to forget. We have some historical footnotes before our guests come on. The month of April in politics have never been kind to mankind. In these United States, we are going to look at some of the tragedies of April. And then we are going to pivot to Liberia, that April have not spared Liberia, even during our tough times. So April is known as an unusually high number of historical political tragedies, particularly in the U.S. and the Republic of Liberia. We are going to limit it to these two nations for the time being. And the April tragedies include the assassination of the American President A.B. Lincoln, 1865. The assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, 1968. The Oklahoma bombing, 1995. And the Waco siege, 1993. Let us not forget there were other major events that took place in the month of April. The Titanic sank, 1912 in April. The Columbine shooting, where many young people lost their lives, that too was in April 1999. And the rise and fall of World War II, many figures. With that being said, Liberia have not been spared by the month of April. April 14, 1979, the Rice Riot. April 12, 1980, the coup, the assassination of President William R. Talbot Jr. April 22nd, the assassination, I would call that some would prefer to call it the execution of 13 men on the pole, South Beach. Can you tell us where you were on April 22nd, 1980? If you were alive, where were you? What were you doing? How did you get the news? The children and family members of those that were executed are here. You know, in counseling, grief counseling, you have to talk. You have to discuss. If forgiveness is even possible, it begins with dialogue, with talking, with confession, with talking. Some men will withhold their grief, but withholding grief within, it permeates every organ of your body, every fiber of your being. So we want to salute the family members of the fallen Liberians that will be here to discuss, to continue the process of healing. To appeal for atonement, forgiveness, unity. Today is not a day of politics. We are not going to be talking politics. We have done all of that enough. We are asking you to be human for once. Let's grieve together. Let's counsel each other. Let's be Liberians for once. Join the discussion. I want to warn most of you that this conversation may be very painful to many. It may bring back flashbacks. As difficult as this subject is, we have to give credit to those family members that are still willing to come up and talk. Hopefully, their contribution can lead to lasting peace and reconciliation in our country. It is not about who is right and who is wrong, or who was right and who was wrong. As I listened to Ms. Chesson doing the reburial of Dr. Talbot, she said it is her prayer that what happened on April 22nd never happens to anyone again in our republic. That should be a collective prayer for us all.
I can't get on the show. I'm trying to get on the show. What happened?
Oh, you might have gotten the wrong link. We got a new link. But yes, so this is where we are, and we want to give thanks and appreciation to Tomalin George for reaching out to these families. It is not an easy thing to accept an invitation to face the world, the entire world. To lay bare your pains and your suffering, your agony. For over 40 some more years, families have been grieving. But they had the courage to come on, to forgive, to dialogue, and hopefully for us all to atone. I am Jerome Gayman. I will be your host, and with me are all of our beautiful families that are here. I want to welcome each and every one of you. I am tuning in from the beautiful state of Florida. Let us know who you are, where you are tuning in from, and it's our honor to have you all. And I will begin at the top. Reverend Frank Stewart Jr., welcome to the show. Okay, I think Frank is having a problem with his audio. He might be frozen. Let me go to Ms. Gibson. Ms. Gibson, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. I'm currently in Washington, D.C. and we'll surely be on the ground by next week. So thank you for having me today.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Mother Gibson. Welcome.
Thank you.
Excellent. Hopefully, Mr. Stewart, hopefully his internet is stable. Reverend Stewart, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I see Bendu. Is Bendu there?
Yes, I am.
Welcome to the show, Bendu.
Thank you very much. Pleased to be here.
Thank you. And let me a special salute to Mr. Tomalin George. Mr. Tomalin George, welcome to the show. And I want to salute you for making this possible. Welcome our guests.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you. Is a great opportunity to have Reverend Frank J. Stewart Jr., Benuru Dennis, the former Beansville City Mayor, Yvette Gibson, and Councilor Yvette Chesson Gibson, and all members of the April 22nd Memorial Group, to have them on the closing argument as we reflect 46 years later on that fateful day, what happened and in our country. And like Madam Gibson was saying yesterday, we should never allow that to happen in our country anymore. And we should never study such a pathway anymore. But it's just a time to reflection as we all search for closure to this sad event of our country's history. So we find ourselves so happy to have you all on our platform tonight and to reflect on that occasion and how we can find a closure and unify our country. But we cannot forget at all what happened on that day. We can never forget. But again, we thank God that we are all alive to be here tonight to share our perspectives on the events of that fateful day. Thank you, Mr. Gayman.
Great. For me, April 22nd, 1980, like I said yesterday, I was in the choir for the Young People's Department of First Bethel AME Church in Buchanan under the leadership of Mrs. Campbell. We have just come from Monrovia with a conference with our pastor, J. Wisa McLean, and we were getting ready for our youth conference when she walked into the church and said, guys, close the choir practice. And everybody was shocked. Why, Mrs. Campbell? She says, you guys have to leave this country. Something tragic has happened. As we walk out of the church and we look south by the ocean in Grand Bassa in Buchanan, the whole cloud, that side of the earth was dark. It was dark. And we ran out of the church. She said, everybody has to go home. We went home. Later on, when we got home, we heard that this tragedy has happened. And 46 years later, it's stuck in my mind. I have never forgotten. And I'm not a family member. So I just imagine those whose families were involved, how they feel and how they took it. So today we are here. Today is a solemn day that we are going to be listening, where our families are going to talk to us. We're going to dialogue, and they're going to lead the process of atonement, or we're going to continue the process of atonement. We are not talking politics today. We do that all week, all year long. Today we are talking about families, flesh and blood, pains and suffering, agony. So let me open the floor with our mother here, Sister Yvette Gibson. Talk to us. Why are we here?
Thank you again for having us. We appreciate it. We the members of the April 22nd Memorial Group. We're here today to remember our fallen heroes, these men who stood as patriots for Liberia, were sacrificed for Liberia, and were unjustly for Liberia. And this was unjustly done. This was an act of political violence that violated both our Constitution and international humanitarian principles. And we're here to say it must never happen again to anybody. We don't care who you are, where you come from, what ethnicity, what political background you have. It must not happen again because Liberia must be a country of the rule of law. And we must follow it for everybody to move forward and for this country to progress.
Excellent. She has set the tone, and that's what it is. Never. I like the word "never again" should this ever happen. Let me go to Ms. Gibson. Is that Yvette? You got Yvette who has Yvette. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we here, and what do you look forward to telling us?
I mean, of course, I second what Madam Gibson said. I mean, our overall mission here is not rooted in division or any sort of revenge. Is really rooted in like our remembrance of what occurred, and educating and healing and really telling the truth around what happened. And that's the only way we feel that our nation is going to go stronger. Through this courageous movement and ensuring that our citizenry are aware of what happened and ensuring that this never occurs again. And learn from history. One of the things that I think that we really need to learn is that we should not allow history to repeat itself. And there are lessons learned out of such incidents. And there are many, and they're glaring.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Bindu. Bindu. You are muted.
Okay.
Well,
I'll say this. I'll say that it was traumatizing for an entire nation, traumatizing for the world, quite frankly. And certainly you can only imagine the kind of grief and emptiness we, the family, were left with. But when you deal with trauma, you have a choice. You can either take the energy from that trauma and allow it to shape who you are and define you, or you can take the energy from that trauma and put it into something positive, regardless of how ugly it is. And so we had a choice. This organization had a choice. We're not a political organization. Our fathers and grandfathers were political figures, yes, but we are a family. A family with people left with grief in our hearts. And we want to do something positive with this grief. This grief doesn't define us, but it's helped to shape us. And we want to give something positive back to the world. Something good can even come from something ugly. And that's the part of this that we want to be a part of.
Thank you very much. Please bear with me if we ask any question and it's too personal, you choose not to answer, that's fine. Mr. Reverend Frank, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself. Who is Frank Stewart Jr.?
Well, I'm Frank J. Stewart Jr. I'm the son of the late Frank Stewart Sr. that was executed on April 22nd, 1980. I live here in New Jersey with my wife, Banky Brown Stewart, and my 3 girls. We've come this far by faith because we've been leaning on the everlasting arms of Jesus. It hasn't been an easy road. It has been a rocky road, and we tell God thank you for all that you've done for us as a unit. And we're asking to continue to hold. We will continue to hold on to it on changing hands as we move forward with our group.
Okay, let me welcome Fanta. Fanta, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. Hello, everyone. Welcome. How are you? It's Yvette. Hello, Mrs. Gibson. Hello, Bindu. Hello, Mr. Stewart. Welcome. Hey, Tomalin.
Mr. Stewart, let's talk a little bit about where were you April 22nd, 1980?
Good question. Again, thanks for allowing us to be on your platform today. Mr. George, thanks for reaching out to us yesterday, and we made it happen. April 22nd, 1980, I had just gone back to Liberia, and I had driven up to Cottonton to pick up my sister, Frida Stewart Thumba. And when we got back home that evening, my dad has traveled to Todi, to his farm, and like maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, we were told by the person who was minding our supermarket that there was a coup, and it was not what happened on April 14th. And maybe 2 hours after that, Webster Europe pulled up in our yard and told us they had killed my uncle, who was President Talbot, and my dad, and we should get out if we wanted to. Unfortunately for me, I used to like to drive. So I had come back from Cottonton. I had gassed up all our cars, but my dad said he wasn't going anywhere because he hasn't done anything wrong. And so maybe by 7 o'clock or so, Frida and my moms were home, and myself, and they came and arrested my dad. And the last time I saw him was when they slapped him in front of Charlotte Supermarket, and his glasses dropped. And I was following him, and they told me if I move another step, they would break my legs. And my moms and my sister were screaming in the back, "Don't go anywhere, it's enough." And so I turned around and went back home. But that's where I was. I was in Liberia when the coup took place.
Let me go to Sylvette. Where were you? Were you old enough? Were you born at the time? I know. Sylvette Gibson, were you born at the time? Were you alive? Okay, let me go to Mother Gibson.
You talking to me?
Thank you for the compliment. I was.
Yes. I'm talking to you. Yeah, you know, we are very careful because every time most of the people we talk on this show, they were not around 1980. Yeah, go ahead. Where were you now? Where were you on that day?
I was around.
Okay.
Actually, I'm actually the eldest grandchild of Joseph Jefferson Francis Chesson. And at that time, I was 5 years old when the incident occurred. And it was very traumatic because I remember we lived next door. And just shooting, I remember shooting, and we had to hide underneath the beds. We had to underneath the beds to hide. I was saying they were just shooting. Then they came to our own house. We all the holla. But imagine as a 5-year-old child how traumatic that was. And so we just kept on hiding. We didn't understand what was going on. I didn't even know my grandfather had been killed. To be frank, I mean, I was only 5 years old. But all the trauma that was going on around us, were not aware of what was going on. But I vividly recall all of the chaos and the shooting and the soldiers. It was a very traumatizing time for me, and a traumatizing time for my siblings as well.
Okay, let me go to Mother Gibson. Yvette, I know the name, the pronunciation is very close, so it's all right. Where were you, ma'am, and how did you remember that day? You are muted.
I was in my brother Chico's office. He had become Minister of Justice of Liberia and had written me a letter to say that my father wanted all his worldly possession to come to me. And I got that letter, and he said I should come to the Ministry of Justice because there were things in his office that needed to be turned over to me. And so I went to his office. I had gone there before and received some of the things. And I was told that there was still some things in the office, and chair wasn't there at the time. So I was asked to come back at another time. It just so happened that day was the day he was being killed. So I was in Chair Chico's office. While there in his office, he was terrorizing some of the Black Americans. I don't know if you heard about the Black Jews who were here in Liberia at the time, because they were trying to find A.B. Talbot, and he had some connection with these Black Jews. and he decided he was going to play Russian roulette with them. And for those who don't know what Russian roulette is, you put a bullet in a chamber of a gun, and then you just go ahead and start shooting. And you who are the victim, you pray that the shot you won't be shot before the gun is emptied or before it stops. Anyway, he decided he's going to play Russian roulette with these people. I'm sitting in the office, and I have next to me one of my sister's mothers, and he's taking all the photos down, the political pictures of my father and thing, and it's on our laps. It's on this woman's lap. So, and I'm talking to him and saying, I need Justin's children to leave the country. I don't feel it's a good atmosphere. I'm therefore asking that you see we have exit visas. And he says to me, he said, why would I give exit visas to you? Because you know very well you'll come back and want revenge. You'll want to come and kill. And I said, Chair, what is it that you would have done that you want to kill me? But I'm just telling you, I want some exit visas. While talking to him, he had changed the office from the way my father had it, where my father had a catty corner. And his desk was set a catty corner, and his head was in the corner, to putting his head at the window in the desk in front of him. So while he and I are talking, all of a sudden, there is a shot in the room where we are, and in his office. Everybody jumped, security, everybody jumped. Start looking around. So all I'm thinking, oh my God, somebody probably trying to shoot him from outside. So I said, you know, Chair, why would you be so stupid as to put your head at the window as Minister of Justice at the time of a coup d'etat? You'll put your head outside there for someone to shoot, you know? So they started looking all around the room to see if they could locate the bullet or whatever it is that made that horrible sound. While they were doing that, something said to me, look at the pictures. And I turned to the lady who had the pictures on her lap. And I said, were you leaning on the pictures? And she said, no. And it was true, she was in a chair that didn't have any arms, but her hands were beside her. They were not in the pictures. So the security goes ahead and he starts to lift each of the pictures up off her lap. About halfway down, there was a picture of Torgbean and my father embracing. They actually hugging each other and embracing. That picture has split right across diagonally from one end to the other. That's what that shot was in the room. So when I saw that, and the man lifted the other pictures, and we saw that none of the other pictures were touched. Nowhere. They weren't even cracked or anything. Only that one picture has split across where Torgbean and Justin were embracing each other. So when I saw that, I said, no, we have to leave. He's dead. And I got up and I said, Chair, I'm leaving. And I went by BTC. When I got to BTC, I had an intern then at the time. And she says to me, oh, Miss Justin Gibson, they just killed your father. They just killed your father. I said, I know. It's all right, because BBC was on. And BBC was announcing the coup, and BBC was announcing them being shot. And BBC, the first person they announced was my father, because he was the head of Interpol for Africa. So they went ahead and announced it. So I said, I know, get in the car, let me give you a lift. But that's where I was on April 22nd.
Wow.
Josh. Quickly.
Go ahead, come in.
I'm testing. But I thought you and Chair Chipo, you guys were brothers and sisters, right?
Right.
You lived together in the same home before?
Of course. That's where I grew up. If you look at any of Chair Chipo's, ask his children to show you any of his certification from the time he was small until he finished law school. Every certification has his name as Justin. When he and my father got into an argument and they got into some tiff, I don't know what all it was all about, but he got into some tiff. This after he returned home after law school and everything, and he came home, he and my father got into some tiff. He went ahead and Daddy said, I'm going to disown you. And he said, fine. And he changed his name to his mother's name. I had never even met his mother in my life. But my whole life, I had met him. From the time from my very infancy on, I've always known him. Okay, so he lived, of course he lived with us. I was Justin's son. Everything he had is in Justin's name. Okay, so I remember when they had this argument, I was abroad. And I came home and someone told me, said, oh, you know, there's been something between your father and your brother, Chair. And you need to find out what it's about because your father has disowned him. I said, what? So I went to him and I said, what's going on? I'm hearing you and Daddy having this fuss. And he says to me, oh, Yvette, you go and ask Daddy. Don't ask me. So I got up and went to ask my father. And my father said, what did he say? I said, he told me to ask you. He said, well, you go back to him and find out what's going on. But it's true, I've disowned him. Just like that, he told me. Now, I'd also, there are so many things in this. It's more complicated than just that. Because even when they were in jail, Chair went to see the people in jail as Minister of Justice. And when he went in to see them, I was told by one of the women there who said, call me and said, Yvette, I've got to call you to let you know what's happening. I said, what's going on? She said, you know, we're in jail. We've just been let out. And this was just before they killed them. And she said, I want you to know that your brother came by and he called your father. And your father was at the back of the cell. And Frank Tauber, all of them were in the same cell, Richard Henrys, etc. He said, and he called your father and he was at the back of the cell and he refused to come forward. And he kept calling him and your father refused to come. And then finally he was so angry that he said to him, oh, you continue. As a matter of fact, we're going to see that you killed. She said, and your father said to him, you will kill my body, but you can't touch my soul. So, and Chair afterwards told me, oh, that's not what happened. I said, I wasn't there. That's between you and God, not me. So that's what I know happened.
Somebody go ahead. We got one more.
So man, this, I don't know. I hope we manage to continue because she explained it is like, but anyway, but so the coup took place on April 12th, and the 10 days leading to the 22nd, what was happening? You guys had any feeling that your dad, your uncle, your grandfather, whoever would have been released, or you had any feelings that they were going to be released, or they were being accorded due process, or whatever the case? The 10th, from April 12th to April 22nd, what was it like for your family?
Oh yes, well,
yeah,
let me explain. For me, it was tense. It was hell because people were being members of the April 22nd group were being pulled into jail, male, female. Some of the women were raped. All of this was happening, and so it was a very tense time. As a matter of fact, I even moved from my house to my mother's house to be sure that she was secure. At the time, I was the Assistant Minister of Post and Telecom, a special assistant to the minister. And we got a new minister, and I was still going to work as Assistant Minister of Post and Telecommunications. While I was there, President Doe even came, and he met me there. Then when he came after the killing. I met him after they had been killed. And he came in and, and he said, and they introduced me, of course, they were introducing senior staff. And the Minister of Post, the then Colonel Torgbean, went ahead and introduced me. And he just looked at me and then he said, I'm sorry. And I said, okay. And he went on with whatever the discussion was that we're having with him. So yeah, between April 12th and April 22nd, it was a horrible time for the April 22nd group. Like I said, they were being pulled from everywhere. They were being jailed, etc. People were being raped. People who had connections with them were being brutalized. So it was a terror hunt at the time.
Wow. Fanta, our guests.
Thank you. This is quite disheartening, and my condolences to all of you. am very familiar with what, I think you just described it perfectly, terror hunt, the outcome of that looks like. As a granddaughter of A.D. Kamara, who was also hunted and killed during the war that followed 10 years later, along with many uncles who were slaughtered right in front of our eyes. I was tiny by then, but having my mother recount the stories, it stuck with me, the memory, the way in which she described them were so graphic that no matter what, it sticks with you. And so my deepest condolences to all of you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I think our country is deeply traumatized. You walk around and you see people, you try to engage with them, and their response is very, very aggressive. And the psychologists or people in the field of psychology will automatically pick out that there's some mental instability here. And when you really start to dig deeper, you find that most people have not healed from the trauma of the Civil War. And I think is driving the divide that was already there, I think introduced by classism and other ills. What are some suggestions that you think, any of you can answer that you think we can employ as a nation to heal the gross amount of trauma that we are experiencing as a whole?
Let me start with the preacher, Reverend Frank. You can take a crack at that one. I know you're the man of the cloth. It's your job to heal all of us. You are muted. Reverend Frank, you are muted.
Still muted.
Yeah, he's having problems. Okay, there you go. Yeah, go ahead. Did you hear the question?
For me, and I'm sure for members of the... So what?
Did you hear the question?
What was... I think she talked about how can we reconcile and bring healing to the nation, correct?
Yes.
All right. So if that was the question for me, I think the first step towards reconciliation and true reconciliation is for folks to admit whatever took place on April 12th and April 22nd was wrong. Okay. And then that will open the doors for true reconciliation. Okay. We cannot continue to push things under the rug and want to move forward. Forward march is admitting what took place and moving forward. Now, you said that I'm a pastor. Yes, we need to forgive, but we cannot forget what took place to us. I was, like I said, in Liberia when the coup took place. The day of the execution, my sister Frida and myself had gone to BTC. My dad always liked corned beef. So my mother had sent us to BTC to pick some corned beef. And when we got there, they had said that they were on recess. The military tribunal was on recess. And so Frida and myself went back home. And then I went and sat in front of our supermarket, Charlotte Supermarket. And while sitting there, this lady, a military lady, pulled up and saw me sitting there and got out of the taxi and shot her gun in the air and looked at me and said, "We just kill your people, just kill your father." Now, something like that is hard to forget. This singing is hard to forget. I see it all the time, you know, but as a pastor, yes, we can move forward, but I tell you, it's hard to forget. We can't forget what happened to us.
Okay, let me go to Bindu. Bindu, the same question to you. What would be your suggestion? What is it that we need to do to bring about real reconciliation, healing, and forgiveness?
Well, let me start. I'll first of all start by saying that I personally was not in the country. I was abroad, but my mother, my brother were, and my sister and I actually shockingly heard the news over BBC, which was extremely traumatic, as you can well imagine. In fact, we thought that it had to be some sort of a joke because how could it possibly be true? But anyway, to fast forward to, I just think that healing begins with compassion. I think that healing begins with empathy. And I think that healing begins with the individual. And I think that if we're going to talk about healing in any sort of genuine fashion anywhere, there needs to be a place for everyone. And everyone needs to be heard. You can't even begin to say that you're a part of a healing process. For example, if Fanta is talking about an aggression in the country, we have to remove ego, and we have to listen to each other. Everybody has their pain, and everybody's pain is legitimate, and everybody's pain is real. And we have to listen to one another with that kind of compassion and intensity. And it has to start somewhere, and it has to start with us. We can't just talk on a panel like this at an intellectual level and then go to the marketplace and have a different attitude. We have to be genuine about it. We have to be genuine about it in every single endeavor. And everybody has to take on that same sort of mindset. When you're somewhere where you see somebody saying something wrong, or you're somewhere where you see somebody acting wrong, say something. Don't just stay in silence. So I think it begins with listening. And I think it begins with having a genuine compassion for your fellow man. And I think it begins with taking the healthy ideas that people come up with on panels such as these and implementing them in our everyday life, as opposed to just intellectual exchanges.
Could you tell us whose granddaughter you are?
I am the daughter of Charles Cecil Dennis, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Okay.
And I live in Harlem, New York City. So, yeah.
Wow. So live in the district of some of the greater thinkers in the Black community. Thank you for being there. Is that Sivet? Am I pronouncing your name right? Ms. Gibson?
Yes, it's Sivet.
Yes, Sivet.
Yes.
Okay. When you look at the demographics of Liberia, right, where they are saying now that 65% of the population is under the age of 30. We are talking about events that happened before 65% of people were born. How do we communicate this healing and everything across to them?
Yeah, I think that's very important, and I'm glad that you brought that up. That is a very salient point, because it's either our youth are unaware of this incident that impacted us in ways that are unfathomable, or the story is being told in a way that is inaccurate or is just in pieces. And I think that there's a need for us to incorporate, some sort of balanced historical education into the schools and universities, so the students are aware. Also, support documentaries or even historical research when it comes to this, so that, you know, so that it's something that's being discussed, it's something that's open, you know, and also we can encourage our intergenerational conversations as well. I mean, our history is important. We don't want our history to be only just, you know, word of mouth, but it has to be documented somewhere. It has to be taught. I've actually had the opportunity to speak to many young people when it comes to the coup, or it comes to the war, or when it comes to even our history. And it's like, bro, we say, so mango. It really mango. Because it's not properly documented somewhere. It's not properly documented anywhere. And it's just here in pieces. It has to be taught. We have to have historical sites, you know, like how we've done the mausoleum for the April 22nd group. You have to have, you know, museums. I mean, these things are important. We see other countries have gone through things that are similar to ours, and they have, you know, historical sites in which people are able to visit, and these conversations take place. But we, you know, we must have these conversations. The first thing is to have the conversation. And I think the president has done that, of course, you know, by creating the space for national remembrance, which took place, what was it, last year, for reconciliation. But there's much more deep-rooted reconciliation that's required, and, you know, very deep conversations that need to take place across, you know, our social stratosphere in Liberia. You know, having the younger generation educated, you know, understanding that we're supposed to honor human life, you know. One of the things we discussed, you know, encouraging mental health and emotional healing. That's important. I mean, it's important.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are joining
National
us
healing
today.
is important.
Today is a solemn day for us. We are celebrating the lives of those who were executed. The families are here. We want to salute you for developing the courage to be out here, to begin not begin the process, but to continue the process of healing. And like you said, educating a new group, because there's a lot of young folks out there who don't even have an idea what we are talking about. But it is incumbent upon us to be the educators, to be the reminder, to make sure that this doesn't happen. Let me welcome Sarah Dopoh. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. I want to say hi to everyone. Hi to our guests. Thank you so much for coming on to explain your story. I was listening at the back, and some of the stories I heard just kind of, you know, put tears in make my eye teary. But you know, such is life. And I just want to thank you for your courage to come on tonight to, you know, explain some of the things you experienced. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we didn't just come here to cry. We came here to put a face to the names. Mother Chepson, talk to us about, if I were to visit you, talk to us about the Chessons, the family that you represent. I know I grew up in a home where our own Negro spirituals were so important to us that on Sundays and Easters and holidays, these things were very important. Walk me into the home, into your home. If I were to come into your home, tell me what is it that I'm going to see on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and some of those beautiful songs that you grew up listening to. I'm not going to ask you to sing, but I want to walk into your home. Oh, Negro spiritual, tell me.
Okay, I cannot even sing, but I grew up in a very patriotic home. That's the first thing I must say. It was a home that Liberia was drummed into us every day. Like family, God, family, Liberia. And do not cross any of them. So it was a very patriotic home. I remember being sent abroad for school, and my mother sitting me down and saying, look, we're sending you abroad for school, but you are not going for us, you're going for Liberia. Do not embarrass Liberia. And I'm saying patriotic, you know, people look at it and all they can see, as far as they're concerned, those 13 men that killed were all Congo people. And this tribal and ethnic division is something that isn't even true. Okay, yes, I have Congo background. My great-great-grandfather was was President Henry Richard Wright Johnson. But my other great-great-grandfather was King Peter of the Bai tribe, and they don't know that. So when we were traveling and young and were going abroad, we wore lapas. And people used to say, but why your children always wear lapas? And my mother used to say, because that is the dress of our nation. So that's the kind of home I came from, where we knew who we were, and we were told that we represented Liberia. I don't care how small you are, how young you are, because they used to say to us, somebody never have met a Liberian before, and they meet you, and you're acting rude. What do they think? They think all Liberians are rude like you. So when people see you and you're out, you better behave yourself, because you're representing the Republic of Liberia. You are an ambassador of Liberia. And it was so true. Where I went to school, they had never seen a Liberian before. I used to be invited to these old British women homes where they want to have tea to learn about Liberia and things. So we were ambassadors of Liberia and grew up in that type of setting. Of course, Sundays we're Episcopalians, so we go to the Trinity Episcopal Cathedral, and we went to church. Even before you went to church, you still had to have prayers in the house, even before you went to church. So we had prayers and we went to church. And definitely that's how we grew up as Episcopalians. And the nation building was essential. And I think it rubbed off, because for me to find myself back in Liberia at this age when I didn't have to be, for me to know even during the worst time of our history, when we were going through the Civil War, I had to be in this country every year. I don't care what. And if the 12 months were running up, I used to nearly become hysterical at the thought I hadn't touched Liberia's ground. At one point, I came into Liberia on Whistler Airlines, standing up from La Cote d'Ivoire to Monrovia. And when I arrived, I actually hugged the ground, dug dirt up from Liberia and took it back with me. It's that passionate of feeling and a love for this nation that is here. That's why reconciliation for us is so important. Yes, we are hurt, we are in pain, but we chose forgiveness. We chose unity, because, like I always tell people, Liberians are very closely connected. You'll be shocked. Like, you touch my finger, you don't know you're touching my toe. You'll find out that there's some thread that holds us together. And I think that's what will make Liberia a great nation once again. As for the youth, I really want to talk about it. We've got to bring civic education back into our classrooms. We've got to have public discussions if we're going to talk about reconciliation and unity and a real change in the way to heal this country. We have to recognize that everyone has been traumatized, not only us. There were people who were killed, like I said, during April 1980. And there were people who were killed in 1979. They're still traumatized. There are people who were killed during our Civil War, and they're just going out like zombies and not realizing that they're exhibiting trauma in their day-to-day lives, but they are. So I'm saying we've got to get some trauma healing in here for the entire nation. It's really needed. I just wanted to put that out. Thank you.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking to real people, real family, real hurt. It's not politics. We want to see how, we want to put a real human face to these people. They have lives. They went to church. They went to movies. They raised children. Some of us got butt whooping. They did the same thing to them. So
yes, yes, they did.
That's what we are going to be talking about. Real family life. It's not just about tragedy, but who are these people? They were real people. Sarah, you got any question before I move on? You Gribble woman, I know you got your fair share of butt whooping.
No, I agree to everything that our mother just said. Our country really needs healing. Our country really needs that civic education back there to teach on the next generation that's coming up. I actually wanted to ask Reverend Frank, but he's not on right now. I heard him talk about. I heard him talk about where can we start. I think when Fanta asked the question, where can we start, to heal? And then he said, for us to admit that what was done on that day is wrong. And I agree. But my question, the thing I was thinking on was, can we look at it holistically? Because we're talking about healing the nation, we're talking about compassion, we're talking about, healing the entire nation so that we can get past this thing and move forward. I know a lot of people, some people have moved forward, some people have not. They still, when they have the flashback, they think about some of the things that happened to their parents. So how can we do it holistically? That was my question I was going to ask the Reverend. Thank you.
Reverend Stewart, are you getting us?
Yeah, I think, education, informing folks of what took place, where Liberia was before the coup. Like you so rightly said, that the population of Liberia at this time, most of the people in Liberia are under 30. So, folks need to know what happened in Liberia. You look at here in the States, and you look at what September 11 means to America, okay? And they don't forget that. They remember that. So folks need to be taught our history. And our history did not start from April 22nd. It goes far beyond that. So we have to be inclusive. We have to let the folks know that, we have been through some rough roads. We have been through some rough patches, and we need to move forward. That way, I strongly believe you will have some form of reconciliation, some form of healing. But it starts with education.
Great. Let me go to Bindu here. Bindu, if I were to visit you in 1980, prior or 79, 76, if I were to move, if I were to come to your house, and take me through your devotional period. I know we all had devotional period. What would be your specific song or passage in the scripture that your parents, that every time you go to church, it brings back that memory from your family?
Well, we were members of the First Methodist and also later on Estro and Nagbe, so we were Methodist. And of course, we had prayers always at my grandparents' house. And at our house, we certainly learned to pray, put God first, and definitely pray every night, even individually before we went to bed. But in terms of what songs, I mean, all those Methodist songs, I like, we gather together to ask the Lord's blessings was a very, very popular one that we liked in our house, or, let us break bread together on our knees and those kinds of things, those kinds of hymns. But, I grew up in a family where we just learned to talk to God. God was always with us. Whether you were sitting here going, God was your friend. So you spoke to God, he was always there. But similarly to the Chesson family, we were raised to be very proud Liberians and proud of our heritage and proud of who we were as Africans. And similarly, I don't know that many people understand that my great-grandmother was a Vai woman, an indigenous Vai woman. So my grandfather's mother, who I'm named for, was Vai. And we also carry a lot of Vai pride. And we were all named Vai names. And my father's 3 children with his wife. So my mother. So basically, we carried a lot of African pride, Liberian pride. And for us, the whole ethnic versus Congo thing seems to be so unfortunate. Because I think Yvette is right. There's so much people don't understand. The other thing is that we were always told similarly to never take the opportunities that were ours for granted, and that to whom much is given, much is expected. So for me personally, being such a proud Liberian and having a father that and a mother who were very, very civically involved and who gave so much of themselves to country. And I would go so far as to say they even denied some opportunities to us as family to give to country and prioritize country. And it's interesting because, after what happened to Liberia, one of the things that I've had to deal with on a very personal level is and it's a very, very difficult emotion to deal with in any sphere of life, is this betrayal. I felt betrayed by my country. I felt betrayed by my people. And building that trust again has not been easy. So I'm sure other people feel just like me, regardless of where they sit, what sector of society they came from, however this all affected them. There is an issue of trust that's at stake. And there's an issue of trust that has to be a huge part of this healing process. Because, when you have felt betrayed, I don't care who it's by, there's a lot of work to be done. And I think a lot of us feel betrayed for so many different reasons. And we have to work on that, because when you feel betrayed, it's difficult to trust again. For me, as a Christian, the way to begin is with God. So I think that, again, it goes back to compassion, it goes back to listening, it goes back to having empathy, and it goes back to having to do that on a very, very sincere level. If people are able to do that, I think it starts there. So for me, dealing with betrayal, many of us felt betrayed in this process. And I see sometimes, all the time I see that in what people express up until this day. And it's painful for all of us, regardless of what side of the table you're sitting on. It's very painful. And I'll leave it there.
Wow. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having service. We're having a great time. We're having a fire chat around the family house. We are talking to our elders. We are talking to our juniors. We are talking pain. We are celebrating at the same time. Let me go to Sylvette before I go to Fanta here. Bindu quoted Luke 12:48. She said, "To whom much is given, much is required." How do we translate that to the new generation that is about the instant gratification? Everything is now, here and now. There's no tomorrow. They don't care who comes after them. It's only now for them. How do we say to them, to whom much is given, much is required? I think she's having.
Mr. Gayman, I didn't hear. Were you asking? I didn't hear the question. You said something about instant gratification.
Yes. I said Bindu quoted Luke 12:48. She said, "To whom much is given, much is required." And I'm saying, how do we impact that to the new generation who are all about instant gratification? In government, they want to get wealthy today and today. They want everything today, without the civic lesson that you just quoted. Nothing for tomorrow, nothing for the greater good. I. How do we impact the new civic lesson that you learned when you were 5 years old?
Wow. Well, I think that's a very complex question, because for me, of course, I'm the second generation after Reverend Stewart, you know, Madam Dennis, and Counselor Dr. Eva Chesson Gibson. So I come from a very patriotic home, just like all of them. And, you know, this generation, the youth, I consider myself to be a youth too, just so you know, I'm a youth until I'm 70, okay? And Fanta knows me well, but I'm a youth. And I believe that the generation after me, they're very different, because it's a generation that were born pushing button. I mean, all they know how to do is push button, push button, push, and so everything is instantaneous when it comes to them. But I think, you know, one of the simplest ways for me to explain this is like how you take a glass. When you take a glass and you look at the glass is whole, and it's able to hold water. But if you take that glass and you drop it and it shatters, you have to put it back together piece by piece by piece by piece. And I'm using this from a conflict perspective on one that even after we go ahead and we do all of the mending, you take the glass and you use super glue and you put it together. When you put water inside it, there's a high probability that water will seep through the cracks. So those of us who have gone through the coup, who have gone through the war, who have gone through any form of conflict, I think that we have some level of responsibility and some level of accountability on teaching the youth and on how to, what our expectations are, how to build a life, and how it is a process. It is a gradual process. It's not instantaneous. Nothing in life is instantaneous. That it is a process. And I think it's our responsibility. I think that if the next generation isn't better than us, that means that we have failed. Because it is our responsibility. Whether we want to accept it or not, it is our responsibility.
Wow. Tomalin, it's our responsibility.
It's like having a child. If your child doesn't do better than you. Pardon?
Yes, we are listening. Go ahead.
I didn't hear your question.
No, I said go ahead. We are listening.
No, I was saying that it's like you having a child. You know, when you have your child, you want your child to be a better version than you. You want that child to be the 2.0 of you. But we've had conflict and we've had other, you know, unfortunate events happen in our country that has actually impacted and impeded the progress of the young people of our nation. And we, as the previous generation, we have to hold ourselves accountable and responsible for what has happened. But now we have to make sure that we build a nation that we're actually proud of. We build the next generation that we're proud of. So we're all indebted to Liberia in many ways. It is unfortunate that we have to bear the cross for that. I mean, I was 5 years old when the coup took place. I didn't have anything to do with it. You know, I had nothing to do with it. But the bottom line is that I have a child. My daughter went to school in Liberia her entire life, left for university. I wouldn't have wanted for her to leave for university. I would have preferred to stay in Liberia for university. But she went abroad for university. So we have to build a country that makes us proud. We have to build so that we're secure. We have to build so that the other generation knows that they have something to lose. If me and you start talking about Liberia, just now, it will just be plenty because I can start talking about our healthcare system. Do we want to be going to foreign countries for healthcare? No, we shouldn't. Do we want to be going to foreign institutions, educational institutions for higher education? No, we don't. But if we don't build what we know is necessary to build a 2.0 version of us, we're not going to get to where we're trying to go. And so all of us have to have the same level of dedication, fortitude, and love and patriotism for our country for it to get to where it's supposed to be.
Thank you. Tomalin, then I go to Fanta.
But before I go, let me just come back to Dr. Yvette Chesson Gibson. People are asking me, is that you said your dad said that he disowned your brother. So up to today's day, you don't know why he disowned him at all. You didn't get an answer for that at all.
No, I never got the answer from either of them.
Okay.
None of them told me the answer.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I don't know what it was. I don't know what it fought about. I don't know what caused the rift. I have no idea. I asked both of them individually and never got the answer. Both of them avoided it.
Okay.
But I also want you to know that my father was a very jovial person. He played with his children quite a bit. We played cards with him on the weekends. We played table tennis. We played lawn tennis. We have a tennis court in our yard. So he was very much into having involvement with his children. We had intellectual discourses at our table. Whenever we ate, he sat with us when we ate. And at times he will open it up and say, this is up for discussion. And we had a library in our house. So sometimes we had to go downstairs and do research while at the dinner table to come and sit down and argue with him. And he would say, give me your authority. I want to know where you got that from. And you had to have an authority to give him. So we grew up learning these type of techniques. Right now we have, I think 5 of us are lawyers in the family.
Ah, so good. You know, as I sat here and listened to Binu, I remember, I mean, in fact, you can read in history that her dad, in fact, I don't know, but today, up to today's date, people still talk about his role. He was a consummate diplomat. In fact, somebody sent me a picture today where he came to America and he was with the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and the Senate. And as you reflect on the past, you remember that those are the time where our officials, government that came to the U.S. went around the world to Europe. They could open any doors. They went to go see president. President Torgbean or Topoh, they didn't have to even go. They sent their foreign ministers and they would go to any capital in the world and they could open doors and meet the president there. But nowadays we don't see it happening and wonder why. I don't know why, but these are all reflections. Those were men. They come to the U.S. and meet their counterpart. They won't come and meet mayors or state representatives. They meet. If it was today's date, you would be meeting Marco Rubio. You know, you will meet him. You know, the time we saw happen. So I know the reflection of the past. But I come back to prior to April 12th and to April and then to April 14th, April 22nd. It like the Bidu said, it's hard because many people don't know that we all have this connection with indigenous lineage, but people just realize that they divide. Oh, one group of people different and group of. But look at her name, Binu, a Vi name, and all of it. And most of our people had this connection with like even like for me, right? People think they say, oh, whenever I'm talking, they say, oh, your name Tomalin. Tomalin, I know it's not a Liberian name, but it was a name named after my father's boss in Canada, a Canadian man. But I'm a real Basel man. You don't understand. This whole war. I remember I got to Dusa. A guy arrested and they say, "Oh, you." The guy nigga mean that come about it. You know, they're gonna stop happening. But we experienced the trauma, everything we went through. But my question is to all of you on set tonight. Just give. I just want you guys to just bring us to prior to April 12th, to April 14th, April 12th and 22nd. Were there a time that you ever saw that something was going to happen, expected what was going to happen? Like what would have been a coup in Liberia or demonstration or something of that nature that would have led to the killing of the 13 people? Because I remember that night, the night of the coup, I was told that I think President Topoh came from a musical concert. You can get me right. He came from some concert and he should have gone to sleep. But he decided he was traveling the next morning to Rhodesia, I think, to go for some peace summit. But then he decided to sleep at a mansion and so forth. But just tell me, prior to April 12th, April 15th, April 22nd, how was it like? I mean, you guys saw anything that was inevitable that would have come about? You ever saw this, like you saw it ahead of it coming or anything?
Well, as I said before, I was not in the country. I was abroad.
Yeah.
And of course, I had heard about April 12th, 1979. I mean, April 14th, 1979. But honestly, I'm still in shock. I'm still in shock, you know, so yeah, that's all a part of the trauma that we're all dealing with. I'm still in shock. I did not know that we had that kind of sentiment amongst us. I didn't understand. I know that maybe there were some things that were not right. Maybe people were not happy, like people aren't happy right now with a lot of things going on in the world. You know, people aren't happy in the US right now. People aren't happy wherever. But, you know, I'm telling you, I'm still in shock. I did not know that Liberians had it in them to do that. I did not know Liberians had it in them to be that cruel, to be that wicked, to be that hideous. And I'm sorry, that's exactly what occurred. And, you know, I did not know my people could be that. And then to turn around and be that again in 1990. And what do we do with that? Because we've seen it happen. We know that at some level, we are people who are capable of these egregious crimes and these. So how do we now find that place of trust again? Because, you know, it's been there. We've done it. So, yeah, the shock is still there. I'm still in shock. As I speak to you this very second, I'm still in shock that this whole thing even happened. Sometimes it's just like a real bad dream. You know, I can't even imagine this happened to me. Simple little me, this happened to me. And I mean, you know, this was my daddy. This was a guy who I jumped up on his neck when he came home and gave him 100 kisses. That's who they killed, my daddy. You know, I understand he was a statesman, and I understand he wasn't exactly just mine. He was also for the country. We shared him. So, but you know, what gives you the right to kill him for nothing? I'm sorry, but I'm still in shock, and I had absolutely no idea until that moment in my life that something like this could have ever happened in my glorious, precious country. Despite all of this, a country I still love. How? I'm still, my mind is still blown. How? You know, so you ask a question that, yeah, I'm still in shock. And I could never have fathomed it. You know, so that's my answer, Chief.
Well, I must say I knew it was going to happen. I knew because I was a student leader on LU campus, number one. Number two, I had gone before April 12th. A friend of mine had gone to the barracks, and she said to me, "Oh, Yvette, I'm coming out," but she was taking too long. I said, "No, I will come in." And I went into the barracks, and they already knew from the student movement on LU that there were that things were being planned, that some things were being planned against the government, but we didn't know to what extent. And I went into the barracks. When I got into the barracks, remember they had just built those houses for the soldiers in the barracks. And we had heard that they had infiltrated the barracks and infiltrated the soldiers. But again, we didn't know to what extent. I get into the barracks, and it's about 6:30 in the evening, and people are putting the lights on. And as I pass the first set of houses, trying to get to this friend of mine, I see cardboard boxes, you know, refrigerators, the big refrigerators, boxes. There are people in those boxes with their children, soldiers' families, and it terrified me. And I'm seeing, and they had lanterns and different things, and I'm walking there in absolute amazement. It was my first time in the barracks, in at least that part of the barracks. And I'm absolutely shocked, and I'm saying to myself, oh my God, if one person just makes a mistake and they knock a lantern over, this whole place is going to go ablaze. These people's children are going to die. So I leave, I get to my friend, and then we leave the barracks. And the whole while I'm talking to her in shock. At that time, we didn't have cell phones, so you had to use home phones. So I get home, I pick up the phone, and I call, and I tried to call Christine Torgbean, and I couldn't get Christine. So then I tried to call the president. Of course, I didn't get him. I called my father. I couldn't get him. And I'm like, you know, what's going on here? We are going to have a coup. So the next morning, I get up and I go to call my father again. And I don't know where he had gone, but I didn't get him. I said, no, this can't end like this. I go to the True Week Party headquarters, and I decide I'm going to see the heads of the True Week Party. So I get there, and Robert I.E. Bright is there. He's one of the leaders in the party. And I go to him and I say, Uncle Robert, I need to see E. Reginald Townsend. Where is he? And he says, oh, Yvette, I think he's having a meeting. There's a problem in Lofa with the elections, and all the chiefs are down here for them to try and settle it. So he's in the middle of this meeting. And I said, Uncle Robert, I've got to talk with him, no matter what. So Robert I.E. Bright says to me, okay, let's go. So here I go to where E. Reginald Townsend is holding the meeting, and he's chairman of the True Week Party. And Uncle Robert goes in and talks to him and says, I'm there and I need to talk to him urgently. Townsend comes outside. I was, 20-something years old. Townsend comes outside to talk to me. And he said, Yvette, what's going on? And I said to him, oh, Mr. Townsend, I have to talk to you. This is so urgent. Something is going on. You've got to know about it. I can't get Daddy. I don't know where he is. I can't get the president. I have to talk to you. So he looks at me. He said, look, I'm having a very important meeting because the chiefs are here and the elders are here regarding the Lofa election, and I have to resolve it. So I don't have time to talk to you. However, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, I'm leaving to go to Bunjama in Lofa County to resolve the issue. If this thing is so important to you, come and fly with me, and then we can discuss it. The next morning at 7 o'clock, I was at Springfield Airport. I flew with him, guys from the Observer newspaper. They were all there, the Age, all of them were there. And we flew to Bunjama. So we get to the presidential palace, the house is in Bunjama. And it's dinner time, and he says, okay, what is it that's bothering you? That you will come and fly to Bunjama? I said, yes. I said, you are about to have a coup d'etat. I said, that's what's going to happen. There was money that had been designated for, I've forgotten what it was for, but they had come on the air to say they were going to use the money for something. And I said to him, tell the president use the money for the soldiers. I've seen the way they're living. I say, we can't go on like that. Those people are going to die. Something will happen to their children. And that is where the coup is going to come from. We're going to have a coup there. Because if I were them, we'll probably have a coup. I say, you can't do that. We have to redirect that money. So Townsend listened to me, and he saw I was so passionate about it. We flew down, guess what day? April 12th. I have pictures of us arriving in Monrovia at Springfield Airport. Me, Townsend, and the rest of the delegation. When he held his meeting, and he came down the next day. April 12th. He left me at the airport, at Springfield Airport, and got in his car. He turned to me, he said, Yvette, I'm going to the mansion. I promise you, I will discuss this with the president. And I said, Reggie, it's very, very important. I'm telling you, this is eminent. I'm feeling it. And he said, I promise you, I will discuss it with the president. That's the last time I saw him. I was going home that evening. I left my car at Springfield Airport. I was going to go for Sylvette. She was standing in a wedding the next day, the Van E wedding. And I had to go and pick up her dress from Mama Point. And as I passed Springfield, my father was coming in the opposite direction. And that's the last time I saw him. And he was in his car, and I was trying to blow my horn for him to, to pay attention, but he was off. I don't know where his mind was, but he didn't turn. He was off thinking. So that was the last time I saw him. And when God Sylvester came home, and at about midnight, I got the call that a coup had happened.
Wow.
And then I got a call afterwards that my father was safe, that they're taking him to the border. And then the police, the people who took him to the borders were soldiers. And the soldiers, when they brought him back, came to me and said, we want you to know something. Your father didn't have to come back at all. We got him to the border, we got him past Goldwater side. And as we were crossing into Sierra Leone, he told us to stop. He said, take me back to Monrovia. Because what have I done to the Liberian people that I should run away? And what does that tell my children? I've always told them, do anything you want, but be responsible. Take the responsibility for what you do. And if I turn around and start running and they're accusing me of something, what will my children think? He said, take me back. And the soldiers told me they brought him back. That's when they brought him to Mrs. Tutman, to Mom's. Okay, Antoinette Tutman's house. And he turned himself in from that house to the stockade. So that's what happened. Wow. So some of us didn't know it would happen. And then, of course, when I started getting the reports, I knew they were going to kill them. And I remember coming to my mother and going to her in the room and saying, Mommy, I need to talk to you. And she said, yes. I said, I want you to brace yourself because they're going to kill Daddy. Wow. And she said to me, no, Yvette, that's not going to happen. This is when they were in BTC before they killed them. And she said, no, we are Liberians. We don't do that. I said, you may think we don't do that, but it's going to happen. I said, and I showed her the letter from Chair Chico. I said, look at this letter from Chair. Daddy is letting me know that they're going to kill him. Why would he tell Chair to take all his earthly possessions? And that's just how Chair wrote it. All his earthly possessions and turn them over to me. When does one give their earthly possession? Isn't it at the time of death? But she wouldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't see it. So the day when they killed him and I left BTC and I came to her and she was in the bathroom and when I said, may I come in? She said, come in. And I said, Mommy, I need you to know they just killed Daddy. Wow. And she looked at me and she said, what? She said, you know, if there were one of his other children telling me that, I will understand, but not you. I said, I'm telling you, they've just killed him. And I want you to hear it from me before you hear it from anyone else. At that moment, our telephone rang. At least her telephone, because it was her house. Her telephone rang and I said, I'm going to answer your phone. And I came out to her room and answered the phone. And her younger brother, Gabriel Tucker, was on the phone. As you know, he was Minister of Public Works. And that's her baby brother. And so he answered it. He said to me, Yvette, I said, yes, Uncle Gabriel. He said, what's happening here? People don't know what happened in cabinet that day, but I can tell you. He said, what happened here? What happened to Borjeff? What is this I'm hearing? And he was hearing it on BBC for the first time. This was a member of the cabinet, my people. He was hearing it on BBC for the first time. He was crying on the phone with me. Yeah. He said, I don't know what's going on. I said, but Uncle Gabriel, did you all not discuss this in cabinet? He said to me, who prepared your minister for cabinet? I said, I did. He said, so you saw the agenda? I said, yes, I prepared him, I briefed him on the agenda. He said, did you see anything there about executions? I said, no. He said, exactly. And it never came up in cabinet. After cabinet, we, the civilian ministers, left. What the other ones who were military did, we didn't know. This is the first time I'm hearing this thing on BBC. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to call different people to find out what's going on. It was never discussed in cabinet. Oh, my phone's going off.
Fanta, this is healing. This is healing. We are talking. Later on, I'm going to go to Mr. Frank Stewart Jr. because he and his wife, Benke, told you we all grew up in New York there, together. So we'll talk that one later on. But Fanta, any question for the folks?
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a revelation because you rarely get to hear relations of that day from folks who were actually there. And of course, some of us were not even a thought, needless to say, born. So it's quite interesting. And while we're talking about healing, we've talked about compassion has to be a component to that. Empathy has to be a component to that. Truthfulness has to be a component to that. We've seen that there's been several efforts towards establishing healing on a national level, as other countries have done, such as Rwanda and the Sword, and Sierra Leone, even our neighbor next door. Liberia, for its effort, have been working on, first it was the TRC, then the War Crimes and Economic Crimes Court. But it's been, I would say, almost 2 decades, please keep me honest, since that discussion was brought up, and it's been ongoing. And a lot of people nationally are feeling at this point it's just lip service. If we're truly serious about healing as a nation, we're truly serious about reconnecting as a people, reestablishing those bonds. I think it absolutely has to happen on that national level, but every national effort have failed thus far. So I guess my question would be, outside of the War Crimes and War and Economic Crimes Court, that everyone has so desperately been looking to get some type of, to see some type of accountability, to see some type of responsibility, to see some type of real effort towards healing. What else can we employ? I know, as I mentioned, Rwanda did something that was more communal, where the people identified to be responsible had to sit in these community meetings and apologize to the families, like minimally. Do you guys think that's something we can see for Liberia if this War and Economic Crimes Court is just not going to happen?
Let me start with the preacher, Reverend Frank. Let's start with you first, then I'll go to Sylvia. Are you there? I know he's having a problem with his connection there.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Gibson, young, I would say Junior Gibson. Sylvia, go ahead. Give it a shot.
Yeah, Fanta, I think you raised a really good point. I think that it has happened to some extent, but I think the only way that we're really going to have the true healing from the trauma that we have all experienced at home is to actually have conversations about this. I think one of our challenges as a people is that we really don't like facing the truth.
Yeah.
We don't like to face the fact that we can be very divisive. We don't like to face the errors of our ways. I mean, to the extent that our children are not even being taught our history in its right way. I remember when my daughter was in school. My daughter went to all Liberian school there in Liberia. And I remember one day she came home from school and she said, Mommy, that I was in school today and they put a show on it. Actually, I don't even remember which school she was in because my daughter went to CDA. She went to all the schools. I mean, anybody who live at home, they know the schools. And I don't remember what school she was in because we moved around to so many different schools for so many different reasons. But this day she came from school, she said, oh, I mean, in school today, they show us a video. I said, wait a minute, they show a video. She said, oh, yeah, they put a video on. They were killing President Dopoh. I said, what? Now, at that time, my daughter was maybe about 8 years old. Can you imagine an 8-year-old child sitting down actually watching the YouTube run of, the murder of President Dopoh? And she came home and she said, I was like, my God, I can't believe. So, we want our children to learn the history. We want the discussions to take place as well. But we also have to be sensitive when it comes to humans, the human aspect as well. What do you synthesize to make sure that, okay, it's not normal. It's not supposed to be a norm for us to see someone cutting off somebody's ears, castrating them, and dismembering them. That's not normal. We must have the discussions around it. We must be able to talk about it openly without being judged, without politics playing its role in it. It's our human right to do so. And that is the only way, really. I feel that by us having those discussions, that's even the first step towards our nation healing. And then before we start talking about war crime courts and, all of those other things, we must have the discussions first. I mean, our people come back home. The people who live in America all their life, when they come back home, they get traumatized by us because we ourselves sitting down there, we traumatized. So when you come, we put a trauma on you too. You leave, you yourself, you're confused. And Pastor knows exactly who I'm talking about. You leave that, you're confused. Everything messed up for you now because the way you are thinking, the way you are talking, the way you are functioning, everything on the window now. You jab at ground zero trying to operate. So we are a dysfunctional society that is trying to function as though we are functional and normal. But in actuality, we have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of impediments, and we have a lot of issues that we must resolve. Fanta, I'll turn over to you because you live in Liberia. You know what I'm talking about.
Let me go to Sarah. Sarah, go ahead. You've been quiet for a while.
I mean, I'm just enjoying the conversation and the responses from our guests, especially our mother. That fateful day that last day when she saw her dad, it's just it's just so sad. I mean, these are things we really need to talk about so that we can move on as a nation. I mean, the hate is too much, the trauma is too much. People still reminisce, still have a flashback on some of these things. It's just as a nation, we have to heal and move forward. That's
Okay, let me welcome Felicia Hall and our brother Jimmy Eastman. Thank you very much. He said he knows what's going on. We got Raleigh, we got Nora Hoax. Guys, thank you very much for tuning in. This is a very, very touchy, personal, painful. The scripture says that you will be cursed, your generation, even generation after that. When Ms. Gibson talked about her baby going to school, and the school, what school would do that to a child or to children? Now we talk about the pedagogy, the system of teaching. Now the trauma has gone from the mother to the baby. Now we don't know how she has processed that, but how can a child see another human being being, let's just say, castrated, being dismembered? And the school, we want to teach, but not in that kind of graphic setting where an 80-year-old,
right,
for the rest of her life, she would be traumatized as well. Something she has nothing to do with. So whoever that principal or that teacher is, that person, that teacher needs to go to the principal's office. Let me talk to Honorable Frank, Reverend Frank. Let's talk about President Tolbo's cabinet. The key people in that cabinet, if you can remember, I know you were a child, but let's talk about the Vice President, Bishop Benedict Warner, and his impact on the country, United Methodism, and other. What do you remember about the relationship between the president and the vice president?
Well, you told Sylvette that she was young. I myself, I was young when this coup took place. I may look old, but I'm not that old.
No,
I know that I used to go to Bentall. I know that I used to go to Bentall a lot, and I believe that the cabinet was close to Uncle Willie. I think everybody respected him as a leader, and I believe that they did what they needed to do to make our country better. I really don't know much about the cabinet at the time. I follow politics more at this time in my life, but at that time I was young, I was in school, so I was doing what in this cabinet.
Can I just jump in for a moment? Well, I don't know that much.
Yes, please come in, Bedu.
I don't know that much either, but I do know that it was an extraordinary group of people. And I think that it was extraordinary because I think that it was one of those situations where people's strengths and people's weaknesses, coupled with their education and their analytical thinking abilities, was just probably one of Liberia's most prolific eras. And I think that it must have been really synergistic and extremely dynamic to be able to work with the energy with that particular group. Even though I don't know that much about each of them, and all of their personal, professional endeavors and so forth, and professional educational accomplishments. But I do know that together, when we do our research as a group, and we see exactly what their accomplishments were collectively, they were quite astounding. And that's one of the things that's our truth. But, speaking of truth, Infanta was talking about, the different attempts that have been made. Truth is an interesting thing, and we need to really consider that there's truth, but there's like objective truth and there's subjective truth. Objective truth is where you're just looking at facts and people's opinions and experiences don't matter. And then subjective truth is where, the opinions and the experience does matter, because the interpretation is how it impacts you. And so therefore that's your truth. And I think that in the case of Liberia, we have so much of that, so much personal interpretation of how everything affected everybody in such an individual way. And I think that nobody's individual experience is superior or inferior to anyone else's. I think that everyone's experience is important, and everyone's experience is equally as important as the other. And right now, there seems to be some kind of a polarization where it's like there's gotta be a loser for there to be a winner, and it reminds me of Stephen Covey's theory that there can be win-win in this world. I try to think win-win every single day. I really don't believe in this capitalistic thing of, somebody's got to lose for somebody to win. Win. Somebody might win 80%, you might win 20%, but you still win it. You had 0 before. Somebody might win 30% and somebody else wins 70%, but you still won. Can't we just all win? Why does somebody have to lose? So for me, I think that we have to look at people's subjective truths, people's personal interpretations, come around the table and see what it is people really need. And stop trying to look at this thing from such a, we need to come up with something that's authentic, that really fits us, because we're an anomaly. The way that things went down for us and who we were before and who we've become is different. It's different from Rwanda. It's different from everybody else. And we can take from everybody else's example and learn and grow from that. But we really have to come up with something extremely authentic that's going to just fit us. Now, obviously, I don't know what that'll be at this point, but I think it entails taking into consideration every single body's experience. And coming from someone who lost their father in such a tragic way, and I still feel that those people who somehow felt hurt and hard done by need to also still be heard, just like I need to be heard. And so I feel like there's a place where we can all come together and say, okay, for me, I'm past accountability. It's been almost 50 years. I'm just at healing. I'm just at, what are we doing now? When I look at the system and I look at the injustice, I'm thinking, wow, I hear about things every single day in the Liberian newspaper, on social media, that are still happening, that just scream injustice and unfairness, that just scream for help on an everyday, just things people are doing to one another. things that need to be cautioned. And still, they're going on. People are turning their heads the other way. And so we need to start, like I said, in a really grassroots place, individually. And that's where I believe the healing will come, not from any big thing that'll happen. No, we have to change our ways at a very grassroots, individual level and start to do the right things inclusively of each other. And it'll take a while, because something's been lost that we have to find again. But I mean, it's as simple as that. There's so much injustice going on in Liberia every single day. You hear the stories, you talk to your people, you see the newspaper headings, and still people are getting away with so much. Why? When will we ever learn? So, truth is a really, really interesting thing. Whose truth? But I still think that I'm happy that at the April 22nd Memorial Group, we're able to narrate our own story and our own truth, because that's important. And I think everyone should have an opportunity to do that.
Mr. Gayman, let me just but let me ask this question before I forget. But let me say this though, Councillor Chesson, you have made some breaking news, a lot of stuff, revelations tonight that people had. You said some things today that people have hearing for the first time, and that's why we call revelations. A lot of things you said tonight, but I'm still trying to find out it. But really made some revelations tonight. But before I continue, let me ask a question. The idea about the April 22nd group, memorial group, how did it come about? What was the rallying call that brought you guys together to say, well, it's been so long, let us come together? Because honestly, what happened, like Ben is saying, she's still trying to grapple with the reality. But it took some time, because we all can talk about the 1980 coup, the April 14, the 1990 war, but the April 22nd date was a different event in our history. I mean, we saw the war came, we went through the war, but to put 13 people on the pole, and while the children, the wives are all living, and the white witnesses, the hearing on BBC and so forth, that's something that it will take a long time for people to even you can't forget it. You just can't forget it. You can forgive and have a closure, but you will not forget it. But when was the time that brought you guys together to form this April 22nd group? What was the rally?
The best person to answer that is the man who initiated, Frank Stewart. He's on. Is he on?
Frank, all of a sudden, is
a problem with his internet, I think.
Yeah, Frank is his internet in New Jersey fluctuating. It looks like.
Frank was the one that initiated it. He started calling us and said, we need to come together. It's been a while, and it's taking the families. I'm telling you, it had taken us some time for us to find our feet, because most of us matriculated to the United States, as you can well believe. And it took time. People had to get homes together, schools together, get themselves jobs. I mean, it's a life-changing event, especially when it's not something planned. So we had all gone through that process. And one of the things I want your viewers to know is that majority of the April 22nd group children were just that, children. So daddy left that morning to go to work. The next time we hear, he's dead. So these children were pained by it. Some of them didn't even understand the positions their fathers held, because they were just kids. They were 10 years old. Some of them were 8. Some of them were 5, And so they didn't understand what had occurred. What had he done so wrong that people would kill him for it? Those are the kind of pains that we had to deal with first as the April 22nd group. When we finally decided we were going to get together, and we got together, and we held our first meeting. Our first meeting was held in the home of Cyril Bright Jr. And when we got to Cyril's house, and we hadn't seen each other at all, as a group, since the killing of our fathers. And we sat there. I will tell you this,
the pain and the grief was so palpable, you could cut it. You could feel it because we had not had time to even grieve for our fathers because we were so busy getting things done that we had to do to move on with life, to, get schools, to get homes, to see about children, all this sort of stuff. So we hadn't had that time. And we got there and we knew that we had a collective grief in that room. And it was so huge that the very first thing we had to do was to grieve. The very first thing we had to do was acknowledge that our daddies were dead. The first thing we had to do was to cry and hold each other and say, this has happened. But the one thing I want to say, even with all of that being done, and we came to the agreement that we would not move on until everybody was on the same page. Because we all knew as we sat there and came to the agreement that the only thing that would move us forward was the knowledge that we must reconcile and be reconciled with Liberia, that we must bring unity and we must bring healing to this process. And that is how we move forward. So on our 25th anniversary, we did just that. We came home and we buried those people again. We did a complete ceremony at Trinity Cathedral. We took all the pictures and we walked down for the first time since the war. Liberian people actually saw a funeral procession. They couldn't believe it would happen. And I will say this, when we were arranging it, and I said to the members, I said, the first thing we have to do is inform the Minister of Justice, because you have to have permission to march through the streets of Monrovia to hold a parade. And I was trying to get different people to do it. Finally, we got it. Kabina Jana was Minister of Justice at the time. I'd never met him. I didn't know him from anywhere. And they went ahead and they asked him, and he said, sure. And he came to the service that we held at Trinity. When we got to stand in line, people were terrified to get in line because they didn't know what to expect. Like I said, it never happened. And then we're carrying photos of these men larger than life size with us as we marched. Each family had the photos. And we marched down Broad Street. And but before the march started, I was in the front. And Kabina Jana jumped from on the sidewalk and he said, Counselor, I'm with you to the grave. And he marched with me all the way to the grave. Not to say it was easy, it wasn't easy. People were cussing us from the side, talking all kinds of things. And I said, it doesn't matter. Yeah, let's take them to the grave. And we did that. So I want to give a shout out to Kabina Jana for having the courage to stand up for what he believed in. I really do. Thank you.
Great. Let me welcome the chairman of the board of directors, CEO, Chairman Ben Sanvee. Welcome. After the show, all that thing I've taught, now you got to give me something. How you doing that, Chief? Good. Our guest today is a special day. I would say in memoriam for the precious souls lost on the 22nd of April 1980. The family have collectively mustered the courage to come and we want to have a family talk. We want to talk to the nation. We want to heal together. We want to atone. So they are here. Your thoughts?
Well, thank you, Mr. Gayman. And I think everybody, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My mic is working well. Okay.
Yes.
I've been on a sabbatical from this show. So I want to make sure that my mic is working. But I see, to me, I think this was very important. This show is very important. I want to thank you guys for arranging it. It's no secret. I've made it publicly, I've said it publicly that President Talbot, not taking anything away from anybody else, is my favorite and the most impactful president I think Liberia has had up to this date. And so I thought it was important when I saw the flyer. I was going to make it, I'm supposed to be traveling
in about an hour or so, but I thought it was important to come and lend my voice. Councillor Chesson Rare is an icon, a pioneer, someone who has fought all her life for justice and fair play in our country and continues to fight to this day. Sylvette, it's someone who she has done extremely well in our country also, serving as mayor of Painesville and in several roles. So I thought it was important to come and add my voice to remember them. Thank you guys, your family, for honoring them. Because I think any nation that, and I think that's one of the problems we have in our country, that any nation, you're taking down me, I can't see my face. Any nation that don't know its past often tend to veer in different directions towards the future. And I think what President Talbot and those great men, and some women, you know, they may not have been on the pole, but there were a lot of women who also played a role, shaped Liberia into the country that it is today. And I'm sure sometimes, where they are probably sometimes shaking their head where Liberia is right now. But I think for me personally, I think my message to the families and to those who remember their memory is that we're going to get it right. Liberia is I tell people Liberia is an experiment that's not going to go wrong, right? We're going to keep trying. We're going to keep trying and keep trying to figure this thing out. But I do know there's a lot of pain. I know that you know, on all sides. But I think it's important for us to talk about our history. I think there are families, there are children, my kids, your kids. There's a lot of people who don't know that Liberia was this country before. Not perfect, far from perfect, but we were a great nation. We're still a great nation. We're a nation that had a lot of promise. I was reading, and I tell this story all the time to people on this panel, people who are on this panel and in our chat room. I tell this story all the time. That I was reading Lee Kuan Yew's book, the late ruler and founder of Singapore, and he credits his vision for Singapore to William R. Talbot. That the Singapore that you see today was the Singapore that and was supposed to be the Singapore and the Liberia that we should have had today. So I think it is important that we teach our history, we talk about these things, and we don't sweep them under the rug. So I'm a listener. I'm just happy to hear these stories from firsthand. I was born 1981, so I never got a chance to see President Talbot, but I'm a student of history. I have all of his presidential papers, and I read about the vision that this man had for the country. When I think about men like Cecil Dennis, all these great men, Frank Talbot and Townsend and Bright, and all these men, far from perfect, but I do know that there is a lot of cleavages and hurt that we have to confront as a nation, but it should not stop us from talking about our country. So I just thought it was important for me to come on today to show my face and to say to the family, to those who, even though it's been 30 plus, 40, almost 40,
46 years. 46.
That pain don't go away. Yes, it don't go away. You know, I lost my father 10 years ago, and I still feel it. So I know what you guys are going through, and so to all those who have lost people, loved ones, when it comes to this mosaic called Liberia, I think it is important that we continue the healing process. I will be in Monrovia in the next couple of weeks. And the last time I was there for a funeral, for Philip's funeral. And it was on my list to go to the memorial, but I couldn't make it. But I'm going to make it my duty this time around when I go to Liberia to go to that memorial, which I thought was beautifully done. And I want to thank you, Councillor Chesson Gibson, for being one of the pioneers in our country, from the women's situation room to I can go on and name all the things that you've been on, but we'll not leave from here today if I start naming all of the impact that you have made in our country. But you know how much dear to
and we're so proud of her.
Thank you. You are a pioneer, and I'm so glad that we still have you. The only thing I will ask of you is that I don't know if you're thinking about it or if you've done it, but I want you to think about writing a book. Because our children, the children of Liberia, needs to know that there was this country. It's not just what it is today. It's not just a country where young people don't respect their elders. I tell people all the time, I grew up in a Liberia where you couldn't call someone older than you by just their first name. I grew up in a Liberia where your neighbor could discipline you, and I was a victim, but I was a recipient of that. Because when you do bad, your neighbor discipline you, then you go report to your pa, then your pa beat you again and say, oh, if you didn't do bad, that, so hopefully we can find that Liberia again through stories like this, so that we can know that great men and women walk on those shores. So I'm just, Mr. Gayman, I'm just privileged and honored to be here today to listen. And I just want to thank you and Tomalin and the rest of the crew, Sarah and Fanta, for arranging this. Like I said, I've been on a sabbatical. I haven't been on the radio for a long, long time, but I thought this was important for me to come on. So thank you, guys. I'll be listening and I will chime in when.
Thank you. Let me. I got a question. Let me start. It's for everybody, but let me start with Bindu. Bindu, if you're listening, there are 5 stages of grief. That first is denial, then anger, bargaining, depression, and finally acceptance. Bindu, where are we now on the 5 stages of grief? We are grieving together. Where are we now? Where are you personally?
Personally, I'm at acceptance. Okay. But before I go any further, I just want to thank the Chairman Sanvee, for taking the time to come on from his sabbatical. We really appreciate that. I had acceptance, I'm at acceptance with just about everything in my life. You come to that stage and it's about understanding that we don't really have control, that there's a greater power that has the control, and that sometimes we go through these experiences for a reason. And very, very much like what Chairman Sanvee just said, Liberia is really, it has the potential to be a great nation. And I know that personally, my father, I know that I can feel it. And I know that I can probably say that for each of those men who were executed the day that he was. They will not really, truly rest in peace until they see Liberia become even a slither of the vision they know, and that we know it has the potential for. So that's why the April 22nd group wants to be a little part of that process. Because despite the pain and despite the grief and despite everything that has happened that breaks our hearts, there have been things that have been horrible from biblical times. We have to still persevere. We have to still go on. And we have to still strive for a better tomorrow. There's hope. And if we, the April 22nd group, can say that, then I feel everybody else should be able to say it, quite frankly. And, I honestly feel like Liberia has potential. I honestly have come to a place of acceptance, and I know many others have too. So maybe some haven't. Maybe they're still along that path, that grief path in those different stages. But I honestly do believe that there is hope for Liberia. despite its ugly past and name. And I honestly do believe that with more discussions and leaving these discussions and going out into the wider world and implementing, and applying some of what we discuss here, then I believe we can get there. I don't know how fast it'll be. I wish it could be tomorrow, but I think it's possible. And we just can't, we have to continue to work no matter how tired we get, and I believe that I don't think you need 1 million people to be on board. Sometimes I believe that, 3 or 4 good people who are aligned can change the world. So I believe I am at the stage of acceptance, and I believe there is hope for Liberia. I believe Liberia can still be one of the greatest nations that ever existed. Because despite the fact that we've made some grave mistakes, and despite the fact that we've done some egregious things, somehow I haven't lost. I've had to dealing with betrayal, but I haven't lost complete faith in my people. I have not. And I hope that everybody else sees it from the same point of view that I do. I have not lost complete faith in my people. I really haven't. I believe that there is hope for Liberia. And I believe that my brothers and sisters in the April 22nd Memorial Group hold the same passion for Liberia that our fathers did before us, that they instilled in us, that we now are able to express to Liberia and the world. So I'm at acceptance, but I'm at also let's make some progress after the acceptance.
I have the question I wanted to begin with you because at one point you said you were still in shock. So I was trying to get to, because the stages, at some point you may have been in denial, you may have been angered, you might have gone through a depression stage.
I went through all that.
And then finally you accepted. Just talk to us, the first time when this happened, how was your state of denial and then the anger?
Oh, well, the first
and then your depression.
My initial state was when I heard on BBC that day, bloodshed is broken out in Monrovia and Liberia. There has been execution by firing squad. Blah, 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 have been dead in my father's name. C. Cecil Dennis Jr. was executed by firing squad. I started laughing. I thought, these people are crazy. It was instant denial. So that was, just to take you back to my hearing about my father's death on BBC, on the radio, is how I heard. Not an easy way to hear. But my sister and I heard together. We were both in shock, and we were saying it can't possibly be true. We were laughing, oh my goodness. We said, let's go call to find out. And of course, when we called, we found out the worst. But yeah, you go through every single, and that denial, lasted for a long time. You go through everything. You see pictures of your father on a pole, and you still believe that one day he'll ring the doorbell and it will be a dream and he'll really be there. You go through everything. But by the same token, time takes its course and the healing process takes place, and almost 50 years after, you understand that life is ugly sometimes, and you're not special. You're just another soldier in the army, and they're big horse pills to swallow in life, and you learn to swallow them. You learn not to let the ugliness of the moment define who you are. And that's how the passion of those people still live every day through your veins. And that's where we are. The April 22nd Memorial Group, that's who we are and what we are today. Those people still had a vision for Liberia. And we're going to hang on to that vision of Liberia for as long as we're here and pass it on to our generations to come. And that's our little slice of the pizza. You know, it's just our little slice of the pizza. We're taking something ugly and trying to make it into something that's meaningful. And whatever good we can do with this, we'll do. Whoever was hurt in the process, anybody who was hurt in this process, including ourselves, we hope that this meaning and this purpose that we're putting toward this pain can help to continue to be a part of that healing process for us as people and then for the nation. We should be an example for the nation, regardless of what each individual person's subjective truth is and experience. Let us be an example that you can take that and try to turn it into something positive for yourself, for each other, for a nation. Because we need a nation that's going to prosper for all of us. So that's who we are, and we're just finding our way day by day. You know, finding our way day by day, and it has been a process, continues to be a process. And all we want to do is be positive. Be positive, bring positivity, encourage reconciliation, understand that we're not holding anger and hostility in our hearts, that we want to relinquish and have relinquished that and given that to a greater power. We're a part of a process, and we're watching that process play out. It's a bumpy road, but we'll get there. So I'm at a place of acceptance. And it wasn't easy getting here, but I can truly say that I personally am here, and I believe many members of our group are where I am as well.
Wow. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, to the families and friends who are watching, who are listening. Welcome to the show dedicated to atonement. We're here to atone. And wherever you can contribute to make Liberia better, let us know, and we will forward it. Let me go to the mayor. Mayor, I know you are of a different generation. Talk to me about your stages. I know it might have been anger, it might have been denial. At some point, you bargained that this thing was not happy, it's not true, and then all of a sudden, depression kicks in. And then finally, some people accept, some people get stuck in one of those areas. Tell me how your process went on, and where are you?
My process, I don't know the 5 steps, but I know that the first one was definitely acceptance, because as I said, and so my relationship with him was, we had a very strong bond. I was the first grandchild. You know, I slept all together. I mean, like, what is it that we didn't do together? I was there all the time, relationship with him. But there was a lot of trauma after the coup. I mean, like I said, you know, the soldiers came to the house and they shot out the windows and were hiding underneath the bed. I mean, the story just goes on and on. I will tell you that I'm at the place where I mean, of course, I will always have the trauma of the coup. I will always miss my grandfather. But I will tell you that I walk in peace. I come in peace, and only peace. You know, I come with, you know, trying to tell the story and trying to make sure that we don't make the same mistake again. And just, you know, having, you know, our society understand that, you know, I think a lot of people had the misconception that, you know, some people were informed on tribes and this and that. What is very interesting is that, you know, when you come from a home that's patriotic, tribalism is not an issue. It's never discussed. Religion is never discussed. Creed is never discussed. The only thing that's never discussed is Liberia. How do we ensure that our country leapfrogs to where it needs to go? So I wasn't raised in an environment where there was any, it was volatile when it came to, you know, what had happened in Liberia. If anything, there was, it was very somber and a lot of pain. about what happened in Liberia, because it was, you know, of course, it was unjust, and we could have gone about it in other ways. So I think that there's a need for us to, you know, to heal from, you know, and ensure that it does not reoccur again, as one people, as one nation, under God.
Indivisible. Indivisible with liberty and justice for all.
And justice for all.
That's correct. Let me go to Mother Gibson. Let me go to Mother Chesson Gibson. Your stages of grieving, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and finally acceptance. What was the process, and where are you in that process?
Well, my first process was not even denial. I think my first thing was acceptance, because, like I said, there were stages before that I knew was going to happen, and it was the acceptance with other things attached, the acceptance of the need to face the new reality of what had happened, the acceptance with the need to get on with life and see how I could protect my siblings and my children, the acceptance that I had a new life to carve out, and I had to be about it quickly. So even today, with the acceptance, there's hope. There's hope that we will be able to be somehow able to heal this trauma, that we will look at, and it can only be done if you look not only at the remembrance aspect, but the truth, justice, education, and reconciliation. All of that comes together. And for the young people, they have to know their history, not only so that they do not repeat these mistakes, but so that they know where they're coming from. Then they will know where they're going. That is very important, because people may think some of these people were too young to know. Yes, they were too young to physically be there. But however, the results of it, they are facing and they're living and don't even know it. They're living it, because if I'm traumatized, I'm going to carry my trauma onto my children. I will tell you, what Yvette didn't tell you is, I used to make them watch my father being killed. We had the video, and I would tell them, sit and watch this. This is what happened. This is what happened in Liberia. This is what happened to him. And it was necessary for her and her siblings and my siblings, because she's the only child I have that could do this, you know, for them to look at it and say, okay, this is what happened. Not to wreak revenge, but to say it must never happen again. To anybody, I don't care who you are, where you come from, what's your background, it must not happen again. We have laws, we have a process to deal with people who we think are guilty of crimes. Liberians must institute those processes with everybody, regardless of who they are. Today, someone asked me about Master Sergeant Doe, and I said to them, you know what? Some of you may think that we rejoice over the way he was killed and how he was killed. I said, I found it abhorrent. I found it completely wrong. If he was accused of a crime, he should have been given due process. He should have been allowed to be represented. He should have been allowed to have a trial. It is wrong. I don't care what he did to my father. It doesn't justify the way he was killed. And again, I've got to say this, regardless of who you are, what you are, let Liberians use the right process going forward. Let us know that. Let us bring the civics back into school. Let's start intergenerational discussions. We've got to have those discussions. How else are these children going to learn that you can't just get angry with somebody and go out to their house and kill them and their children at night? It's not the way things is done. It should never be tolerated in Liberia again. Thank you.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, you are hearing a particular word she used. She said, no matter how difficult the circumstances are, the rule of law, the process, due process of law. You hearing it from an iconic person who is clothed in the law, not just the process, but the due process is a systemic constitutional event that has to occur. You don't just go to somebody's house and set up score. Ben Sanvee, your turn. Any question?
Mr. Gayman, before Ben coming, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just got something from the late Vice President Warner's his nephew. Okay? He said, my uncle Benny Warner was my mother's younger brother, and we were very close. He said that when Torgbean selected him, he told him that both were going to retire together in 1983. Okay, being a Mamba Ambassador man, he told Torgbean that a cabinet should look like Liberia. By 1980, before the coup, there were more indigenous people at the head of government ministries, public corporations, and other entities than American Liberians. Education, Black Crew, Information Ambassador, Defense, Babie, Pele, Poster, Troho Pakaha, Crime, Internal Affairs, Dr. Kesali Madingo, Rural Development, Donzo Madingo, Finance, Elin Salif, Gola, Commerce, John Sherman Vai, Budget Bureau, Frank Stewart, Gola, LEC, Bonnet, Bassa, in 10 indigenous. We have only 6 Amerigo, Cecil Denons, David New, Cecil Bright, Gabriel Tucker, Chessing, and Gardner. So I wanted to tell you just to be part of the conversation. Go ahead, Ben.
That's very interesting, Chief. I want to come in there. I want to come in there because I want to just say that, yes, a lot of people saw my father, Charles Cecil Dennis, as Congo, but his father's mother was a native Fai woman. Her name was Mama Bindu. I'm named for her. Oh. And we were always very proud of our Fai heritage. So my father was a hybrid. He was Congo and Fai, and extraordinarily proud of his Fai heritage. He spoke some Fai, and my grandfather spoke Fai fluently. His mother was Fai. So so that again, we touched on this earlier, but so many people don't understand, and that's something that we need to also get over in Liberia, that there are many, many indigenous people who have made unbelievable contributions and who are viable and extraordinary analytical thinkers. So the bottom line is people just think the wrong things sometimes, and I just wanted to make sure I made that statement here today. My name is Bindu. I'm named after my great-grandmother. She was Vai. So I just want to say that my father named all 3 of his children in his marriage to my mother 5 names, and we're all named for relatives. So I want to make that statement because too many times these things fly and they're not caught in time. So I'd like to catch that here tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Ben.
Thank you. Before I ask my question, I just want to ask a quick question. Madam Dennis, how old were you when your father was murdered?
Well, you know what, Chairman Sanvee, first of all, I come from the ilk of where a woman never says her age.
Oh, sorry.
Or her perfume.
I just caught myself just now. I just caught myself because I was like, I know I just committed a crime.
Yes.
There's no crime.
No,
it is.
But
you're never too old to learn.
When I asked the question and I caught myself, I was like, oh shoot, I probably just committed a crime. But no, that's the reason why I asked the question. But I will ask.
You're a journalist and you got to ask.
No.
I got to stick to my value system.
No worries, I got that.
And that's a good one. Laughter is good for the soul.
Sylvester said she's gonna be a youth until 70, honey, and
listen, and you and listen, you look amazing. So let's just take that for the record. Let me say this. There's a reason I asked that question because my question was actually going to Councillor Chesson Gibson. There's a reason I asked that question because I remember, and this is not about self-glorification or anything. I remember when I went to the national conference on the future of Liberia in 1997, Tomalin was at that conference. When I spoke at that conference, and then former President Taylor, everybody knows in Liberia what I said at that conference. I blasted him and I went off and, in a respectful way, just for the record. the first thing he said when he picked up the mic was, he was like, damn, that boy reminds me of Cecil Dennis. So there was a reason but I want to ask Councillor Chesson Gibson a question, because I'm focused on the vision that was buried with these men, right? And you having a chance to, speak with them, grow up with them. You've played such an impactful role in Liberia. And I know you've had your ups and your downs and your highs and your lows, right? You've seen us do the worst and you've seen us at our best, right? Even after these, there's been moments where we celebrate ourselves as Liberians. And then there's moments where you sit and you're like, damn, is this Liberia, right? I want to know from you, as you look ahead and we leapfrog into the future, what do you think President Talbot, your father, all these men, what do you think if they were sitting somewhere right now, what do you think they will say about the country that they have? You think even about the legislature, right? Frank Talbot was the president pro tem, or the speaker, Richard Henry was the speaker, all these people.
Yeah.
What do you think they will say today of the country that we have and the next generation of Liberian leaders, including myself, those of us who, ultimately, what would you think they will say? Because I do know, I've read their writings. I've read them. Like I say, I'm a student of history. I've read every Talbot presidential paper. And this is no joke. I made a decision. I made a conscious decision to find it and read it. And I know the vision that this man had for the country. That's why to this day, I'm unapologetic. Like I said, very far from perfect, but I know what he wanted to see for Liberia. And I do believe till this day, no one can win this argument with me that if Talbot had lived, we will have a different country today than we have. I don't care. I mean, like I said, I know there may be people who will stir up controversies and different conversations, but that's my truth, and I live with my truth. But I want to speak to you, and I want you to talk to the country. What do you think they will say today about the Liberia we have, and what would be the advice on the way forward?
I think they will look at it and saying we're going through growing pains. I really do. When you look at the legislature today, it's very painful because there's so many things that are being said by our legislators, not looking at Liberia, not looking at the country, not being able to perceive that we have to build a country, a nation, not ourselves. And this is what I talk about, war, what war does to people. We can go ahead and shoot up the walls. We can break houses and smash windows and things like that as part of war. Those are easy to replace, and it will look just like the new again. But how do you repair my soul? How do you repair my person that because of war has gotten used to closing everybody out and grabbing things from me? How do you get me to open up to say we have to move jointly together and we have to build a nation together? We have to share this vision, and you are part of that mosaic. You are not outside of it, you are part of it. And whatever you bring to the table, bring it to the table, and let's move forward. That's where Liberia is now. We haven't reached that stage to move through that war mentality. I'm sorry to tell you all, we're still in the war mentality. We still have a lot of trauma, and we need urgent trauma healing. We're still at the place where it's me, 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 and that's why you will have the allegations of legislators taking money, taking brown envelopes. If they were thinking of their constituents, if they were thinking of the republic, it wouldn't be that way. So I think my father and that group are probably completely dismayed as to where we are, but I think they see the future in the youth. They see the future, the few of us who can do whatever we can do to move the youth towards education, to move the youth towards some type of patriotism, civic responsibility, taking responsibility for this country. I think in that we see that hope. And that's what they will see also. We'll get there. It's going to be much slower than they anticipated, but we are going to get there, and we have to get there together. And we have to get there through the healing, through the reconciliation, through everybody who can talk about the unity and actually mean it and institute it. So that's how I feel that they would eventually see it, because I'm sure they're praying for us up there and saying, let those of us who have the feeling, the patriotism for this country, let God give us strength that after our last day, that we will put Liberia first and we'll show others how to do it. You just talked to me about the book. Lots of people always talk to me about the book. I don't even have time, Ben, but I see the need for it. I really do, because we have to educate the younger generation. They have to know who we were and not think that we're always in the doldrums that we're in now. That there were times when there were men in this country. When they stood up, I don't care whether you were president, speaker of the house, that stood up to them and said, no, we're not going to do it this way, because this is Liberia and Liberia must be first. So those of you who are the younger generation have to be able to pull yourself up to know that you have to make those type of sacrifices too. You have to stand up with what is right for Liberia. And that is what we're trying to do and emulate them.
Mr. Gayman, I beg you, I got to follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
And please, you're indulge me. For I'm new. I'm taking a break for a while.
Yeah, you're rusty. Rusty.
Yeah, I'm a little rusty. I gotta get back into this thing. But let me say this, and thank you for that. And I will encourage you to write that book. Even if we can get Sylvester to sit with you and take a recorder, and you just narrate these stories to her. And we got AI now, so we can put the voice recording into AI, and it will transcribe it for you. But I think it's important that we do that, because I think that's one of the problems we have in our country today. Our kids, our students, our young people don't read. They are fascinated about what they see on the screens, and they don't. I'm a reader. I tell people, I don't know how people manage without reading, right? But I think we need to get back into the habit of reading. So I want to encourage you, and I will volunteer my service. I'm free of charge to work with you to see if we can get you to write that book. But my second follow-up question would be to Sylvester quickly. I saw an interview with you the other day, and I'm going to put you on blast here. We'll put you on notice on blast, Sylvester. I saw an interview with you the other day on a popular, she's a Ghanaian. What's her name? The Danita Network or something. Are you planning to run for president? Are we going to see President Sylvester Gibson soon? And if yes, when is that going to happen? And what are your thoughts on because you've served in Liberian government. You were mayor. You've seen like I said, the good, the bad, the ugly. You've seen the system. But I see you're still in there. I see you're still doing, even though you're not in government right now. But what are your dreams? What are your plans? What are your aspirations? And I want you to answer this question. Because when the woman asked you the question that day, you kind of left her hanging. You didn't say yes. You didn't say no. And you sounded like a pure politician, because when a politician don't say yes and they don't say no, it means something under it. So maybe I can get the yes or no out of you on this show. So Sylvester, I want to put you on the spot. Are we going to see President Sylvester Gibson anytime soon? Are you running for president? Are you running for something? I know we've had conversations in the past, but I want to know what your plans are as the next generation, right? As we look forward.
It's a little delayed, so
then you can leave the politics behind.
No,
but
all right.
I would say this. I think one of the beauties of other parts of the world. First thing, I come from a very patriotic family. That's the first thing. So there's always an interest when it comes to developing Liberia. And when I say developing Liberia, I'm not just talking about infrastructure. I'm talking about the people. But I would say another thing is that I think everybody should aspire to be president of Liberia. Every child should dream about becoming the president of Liberia, because that means that you're building a patriotic nation. I mean, when you look at other great nations, every child actually does think about becoming the president of the country. Like, what do you want to be when you grow up? Well, I want to be president. They see something great there. They see something that they want to emulate, and they see contributions that they want to make to their nation. So I think that asking me if I want to be president is something that every child should dream of. And like I said before, I moved from that youth position. So wanting to be president one day is always in the cards.
Thank you for that bold answer, Mr. Gayman. You can take
yes,
it.
It's always in the cards.
Listen,
he's gonna kill me after this show, but anyway, it's okay.
Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, I'm coming, Sylvester. We are not going to leave that youth. We're not going to leave that youth. Don't try. We're not leaving it. They got to take it. We're not leaving it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know something? I didn't know all along since the show started. I don't do that as Sylvester's mother on the show.
But where you think the fire come from?
Oh, I didn't know.
You didn't hear? I said the name sound too familiar.
I didn't know that. Somebody just come and said, I never knew. But I know, I can tell you for a fact, Sylvester will be running for the House of Representatives. That I know.
Tomalin already announced your candidate, Sylvester. But for the record, Mr. Gayman, she did run.
I beg you, Tony. Yeah, as everybody should aspire. We must aspire, and we must aspire. Doesn't mean that.
But I know you're running this 2029.
No, but for the record, she did run before. She ran before. She ran in district, Foco district. Very well.
I didn't hear what you said, but I think we all
the women. Yeah, and we're very proud of her. Very, very proud of her. So Sylvester, I know we got more to see of Sylvester. So, and she know I'm one of her strongest cheerleaders, and I will be there right there with her. So.
Could I interject here for a minute? But Sylvester talked about values and things that she learned in her household. And values are so important because I think that a big part of the healing process, in Liberia right now has a lot to do with every single person in our entire nation understanding that they are worthy. My father always used to say that everything you do is a portrait of yourself. So regardless of how small it is, it's you. Whatever you do, if you move a cup from here to here, if you write your name sloppily on a piece of paper, whatever you do, it's a portrait of yourself. And you need to have dignity and you need to feel self-worth. So it really begins with values and instilling self-worth into the youth. And we've had generations and years now, almost 50, of cascading, just cascading problems. And so values, what are our values? We have to come back to values. And how do we teach our youth value? And how do we teach them to value themselves? Because the people are the nation. The people are the government. The country is for them. So, they don't even know. These children, so many of them grew up like, it's been a rough road. But the bottom line is it starts with resetting these values, and instilling these values. And that's it. So that came from a family that taught her certain kinds of values, certain kind of patriotism, certain kind of self-worth. And that means everything. But I see that that's starting to happen more and more and more, and I hear it, on social media, and I see it, and so I have hope for our people because I do see that there's some sort of traction with that. But yeah, it's about everything we do is a portrait of ourselves, regardless of how little it is. Portrait of ourselves, and and again, so Chairman Sanvee, someone said to you, hey, that guy reminds me of Cecil Dennis. I can tell you, it means you have a lot of passion. It means you have an incredible amount of integrity. It means that when you dream big. It means that you are sincere. Because that was my daddy. And if somebody's telling you that you remind them of my daddy, that's what they're telling you. And I know that the dreams he had for that country are just humongous. And I know that other people in that government and in that administration who died that day had those same big dreams. I just wanted to because I just think that, it's just not, you know, everybody isn't so fortunate to come from a family that is that patriotic, that is that passionate, that is that, expressive. But then by the same token, we can still spread the word. We can still embrace our brethren. We can still help to explain to them that, hey, this is my experience, and hope that somehow it rubs off a little, because that is a part of our purpose. So the bottom line is, I listen to Savette, and she's so fortunate to have a mother and to have had a grandfather, who they were. But I also think that a little child born in a village who lost their parents during 1990 and has struggled through it all and somehow knows, just through their prayers and just through their existence, that it's not over for them. I believe that person too can one day become the president of Liberia and lead us into the greatest land we've ever seen before. And when we have these kinds of conversations, I'm hoping that we take them out and the energy here today and somehow in our personal experience every day translate that, because that's the way we're going to grow. And that's the way we're going to elevate ourselves, because it's, like I said before, on an individual basis. It's on an individual basis. And I'm just going to leave it there, but I just wanted to come in and come in on that. Thank you.
Great. Let me take us back to the history class with Mother Yvette. Mrs. Chelsea, take us into the Tomalin cabinet. Give me the characteristics of the men and women that were surrounding him. Who were the disciplinarian? Who was the tough guy? Just give me the characters in that room. But now I want to be in that cabinet. Give me some characters. Who was the toughie over there? Who was the no-nonsense guy? Who was the parliamentarian who made sure that the president was on task? Who irritated the president? Who he just wanted to get rid of, but he needed him so much, you can't get rid of him.
That's another one.
Yes.
Every one of those men that were killed, I knew them. Every one of them, and every one of them knew me. So I'm trying to think on each of them.
Let's start with Benny. Let's start with the vice president. Then I will go down the line to the speaker and the Senate pro tem and all of that.
Yeah, I knew Benny Warner as, a warm person, someone who always, to me, spoke the truth, who could sit down with you and talk with you about anything. He wasn't high on his horse because he was vice president. He wasn't exclusive. So that's how I knew him, that we could sit and talk about things, even when we were having demonstrations on campus, on LU campus. And I was pro-demonstration, and he lived right next to my mother's house. So we could talk about it. And I said, well, this is how we feel we're going to get your attention. You all have to listen to us. And he would just be laughing. And I said, Vice President Warner, I'm telling you this. He said, yes, you're young people. You don't wait for anything. Yeah? I said, no, but we want you all to know we want to see certain changes in government. So he was someone you could talk to that didn't make you feel intimidated. He was approachable. So that's how I saw Benny Warner.
Let's go to the speaker.
Oh, Richard Henrys.
Richard Henrys.
Yeah. You must first remember he was a lawyer. But he was strict, yes. But again, I have to say about these guys, to me, they were all approachable people because there are people I knew on different levels. You understand? Some of them for me were family. They were not just speaker or whatever, or ministers or whatever. They were family. And so they took me as family. And even though I was a revolutionary family, they still took me as family and tried to guide me and let me know there's a process in government, there's a way things are done. And this is what we are seeing. Yeah, we know we have bad things in government, but it doesn't mean it's going to be done automatically and overnight. So yeah, Richard Henrys, he was a strict person. Even in the legislature, he was very strict as for how things were done and how to went about things. He wanted to see it done by the law. As you know, the legislature has had even then a wide ambit into the laws, the regulations, etc. It's something that they themselves promulgated. So he was one of those, the architects of those laws.
Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Mr. Gayman. Thank you.
Great. We got some great folks here today. It's a special day for remembrance. And we don't want to just talk about the tragedy, but we want to put a human face to these names. And people who are in the room of decision makings are here. The children are here, the nephews, the nieces, sons, their daughters are here. So just chime in anytime you have time. But we are going to the vice president, we're going to the speaker of the house. Let's go to the president pro tempore, Frank Talbot.
Mm-hmm. Frank Talbot, I had a relationship with Frank Talbot that was very funny. I remember going to him to tell him when they wanted to give Talbot emergency powers. And I'm the first president of the University of Liberia Political Science Student Association, but I also am a member of SUP. So one of the first women members of SUP. And we had made a decision that we were going to prevent them from, we were going to be marching, number one. We were going to take over Frank Talbot's office, number two, and prevent them going in. He had to come to us and explain to us why they felt that the president of Liberia should have emergency powers. What was the emergency? And that's what we wanted to know. So after we made that decision in the student council, then the question was, who was going to tell Frank Talbot that he had to come to us as the senator of Montserrat County? And we, the people, according to our constitution, were calling him to a meeting. And everybody was just looking around. I said, but I will do it. I will go to him. So I went to Frank Talbot's house. It must have been about 7:30 or so at night. And I got there, and his wife came, and she saw me, and they had like an upstairs thing. And she saw me, and when they opened the door, she came out when they told her I was there. And she said, if ever happened, I said, oh, I came to see the senator. I need to see the senator to talk to him. And I had with me a notice that I was going to serve him with. Okay. So I just told her I need to talk to him. She said, but he's in the room. He said, but let me tell him. She went in there and she told him, and Frank Talbot came out. When he came out and he said, if ever what happened, I said, oh, Senator Talbot, I need you to come down because I need to talk to you. And he came downstairs and met me in the foyer. And I said, I want to now let you know you've been served by the student council of the University of Liberia. And I handed him the envelope, serving him and telling him, and in that envelope was our demand that he come to the University of Liberia and explain to us, the constituents, his constituents as senator, as to why his brother should have emergency powers. Wow. So he opened the letter. He said, I'm sorry, I said yes. He opened the letter and he read it. He looked at me. He said, you serving me this? I said, yes, Senator, and we expect to see you at the student council. He turned around. There was a telephone right in his hallway, right there in the foyer. And he picked up the phone and he calls my father. And when he called my father, and he says to my father, Jeff, do you know Yvette is here? And she's serving me some paper saying that I must come to the University of Liberia as their senator and tell them why we're giving Willie emergency powers. And I don't know what my father said to him or didn't say to him. He turns to me and he hands me the phone. He said, your daddy needs to talk to you. He hands me the phone. And I get on the phone and my father said, Yvette, are you there with Senator Torbah? I say, yes. He said, did you give him some document? I say, yes. I serve him with the documents, making the demand that he must appear before us, the members of the University of Liberia Student Council, to explain to us why the president of Liberia should have emergency powers. And Jeff Justin says to me, he said, you know what? Do you have your authority for that? I said, yes. He said, what is your authority? I said, the Constitution of Liberia. I, as a citizen, can call my representatives to a meeting. He said, then fine, do it. And she said, all right, I'll see you later. I said, yeah, I'll be home late when I'm finished with Senator Torbah. And I put the phone down. And Frank Torbah looked at me. He said, Yvette, what happened? I said, Daddy asked me for the authority. And I told him what the authority is. You may want to call him back so you can have that discussion. I said, but you have been served.
Wow, radical. Oh, she's in Liberia, eh? Okay.
LEC may have gone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we were going down memory lanes. We were putting faces to names. The Torbahs are here. The Dennises are here. The Stewarts are here. And we are talking about our fateful day. That was April 22nd, 1980, when their loved ones were executed on South Beach. So we're going through the process. Fanta, welcome back to the show. I know it's been a tough one for members of our own family that lost people, loved ones, family members during the war, during the coup, during April 14, and the senseless killing, like Mrs. Chesson said, from 1990 all the way, there's hundreds of thousands of people being killed. So everybody is grieving at this point. And Fanta, I want to also extend my condolences to you. I didn't know that you have gone through that trauma of having family members murdered in your presence. Is traumatic for everybody.
Yeah, certainly not in my presence, but in my family presence. And we had to take him in when he was super young. My mom's brother was given alcohol. So my grandfather had a really big compound in Batala, Bon County. So it's right on the road. In fact, truckers made it their frequent stops because he will always have food out for them. And so it became a unofficial rest stop for them because the family will always bring out like warm meals.
Okay.
That's the type of engagement or relationship my grandfather and my grandparents and family had in Bon County with the people of Liberia, because everyone who traveled on that road experienced their generosity. And when they got to, when they were hunting the Madingo, and so I go back to Councillor Chesson's statement or term of terror, I think she said like terror hunt. When they were hunting them, they got to the compound. My mom asked him to leave, and he was like, no, look, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay. When they got there, they gave him alcohol. As you know, Muslims, like, we don't drink, but they gave him alcohol to consume, and they got him drunk. And when they got him drunk, they began to amputate him or to cut off his limbs.
Oh, Jesus.
And continue to intoxicate him. As they kept pouring down his throat more and more alcohol, they would continue to dismember his limbs, his body parts, and cut him into pieces while he was still very much alive. We have had other family members that similar things have happened to. And so even as I speak about it now, when I hear Ms. Bindu talk about how she's still in shock, just recounting those memories is still very, very raw. It's still very, very real. And
Fanta, I'm so sorry.
Difficult. Thank you.
Sorry.
It is very, 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 very difficult. So I absolutely understand. No one should have to face such an ending. If you have committed a crime, absolutely, you should face the law. And now I think more than ever, unfortunately, our justice system is something else, especially for the impoverished and marginalized. But the pain is still very real. The pain is still very real because I miss out on getting to know my grandfather because he was also being hunted just for, they claim the Mandingos were those sympathizers, even though that could have not been the case. But hey, to each his own. They had their own narrative, and so he lost his life during the war. But what I remember of him must have been like, I don't know, 1 or 2. I still do very much remember his warm touches, like when he would hold me. And we have to heal. We have to heal as a nation. I think these conversations have to continue in larger forums. We have to get into the communities. We have to get down into the villages. We have to make Liberia whole again, make Liberia one again. Even now, there are modern day coups happening in front of our very eyes. When we see our legislative auction off the resources that are under the soil of Liberia, not giving the future generation any chance to participate in those discussions. Those decisions are made, brown envelopes are handed out. I mean, they come out and confess. They have contracts with these concession companies, and our children, the youth, are being buried due to their waters being poisoned. I'm so glad to hear the councillor also mention that part of her family is Vi. And I had a smile on my face as she was relating that, because Kip Mount is suffering right now. Kip Mount is suffering right now from B mounting desperately. And to have international investigative, renowned journalistic agencies come in, like the AP, the Associated Press, the Gecko Project, Washington Post, ABC News. I mean, it goes on to say, this is a crime happening here, not just human rights violations, but people are dying because B Mountain is putting arsenic and cyanide in the river. There's a live genocide. I mean, what do we constitute as a genocide? 1 person, 10 people, 20 people, 100 people, 1,000 people? When do we speak up and really stop these things? We talk about not repeating these atrocities, these egregious crimes against our people. It doesn't have to be a gun to the head. A crime is happening right now in Grand Kip Mound. And I would love to employ, everyone to join in this fight so we can fight against the continuance of this environmental terrorism and human rights violation that is happening. So, Councillor Chesson, please, I would love for you to just, even if there's some bits on what we can do, considering that you are a daughter of Kip Mound, and
First of all, I'm sorry my LEC went off and was switching power, so that's why I was switched off. But I hear what you say, definitely, and I'm glad you brought it up. My people, if you all know the amount of work in this country, you are just touching the tip of the iceberg. That's what we keep saying. This whole concession thing here, we cannot continue with it. We have to be partners in our development. We have to be partners in our exploitation of our own natural resources. And we have to be partners in maintaining our nation. You are absolutely right. This whole B Mountain thing has to be investigated, and not by money-grabbing members or whoever it is, members of the legislature who are being paid to, when they get there, they put in their luxury. They sat there, they're giving gas for their cars, and they close their eyes. I went through the same thing with the other company, even with Acetal Mittal. I nearly went crazy. I get there, the same thing. Not only that, but all the things they said they were going to do for Liberia under the concession agreement, they hadn't done one. And when the youth got up to protest, what did it do? They went ahead and they sent to Monrovia. They sent up police up there and soldiers and jailed those young people. So I'm saying to you, this isn't the first time in Boykott's administration. Thank God. I hope we're going to get to the bottom of this. We have to get to the bottom of this. It happened in Weir's administration. It happened in Ellen's administration. We cannot allow these things to happen. We have to speak out. And those of us who speak out, I know we're lonely when we're speaking out, but we have to do it. It's just unacceptable. So I'm with you on this. Definitely, I'm with you on this. It's just I got 1,001 things I'm fighting, but you know, I only got so much life left, but I intend to devote it 100% on Liberia. So yeah, I'm with you on it, and I think there are things that we can do to bring it to legislative attention, to bring it to our own journalists, and said we don't stop. Don't think it's a 9-day wonder.
Yeah.
This is not a 9-day wonder. This is killing people, children, killing the actual fabric of Cape Mount. Okay, you're killing an entire county.
Yeah.
It has to stop. So I'm with you on it. You can get my number and call me on WhatsApp, and let's work on it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
This is what the platform is all about: networking, getting together, solving problems. We were talking about emergency power in Liberia. Mm-hmm. There were this thing about Bob Willie did not actually want this emergency power, but Frank was pushing it on him because he felt he needed that power to have total control. Is there any truth to this?
Pardon?
We heard you were talking about emergency power.
Yeah, I'm saying so. We sent. I served Frank Talbot with the document for him to appear before the student council. Of course, he didn't. We then had to start a sit-in at his offices, stop him from going into office. All of that. It became a real fracas. But nonetheless, we wanted him to know that we still had the authority to do this. I remember, oh my goodness. I remember Hoffe Bonye coming to Liberia, and you're talking about these men. And let me even go to Talbot himself. Hoffe Bonye came to Liberia and on one of his visits, and he said there was a question that we have still today as to citizenship of Liberia. And one of the biggest problems he couldn't understand was why Liberians continue to have the racist idea or the racist law that only when people of Negro descent could be president of Liberia. And he had this discussion with President Talbot, and President Talbot said, you know what? I'm going to send it to the University of Liberia and let them come and discuss it with you. And he sends to the University of Liberia because he was the visitor of the university, as you all know. So he sends to the University of Liberia and says he wants it to go to the student council. It comes to us in the student council. And then they turn to me and they say, Yvette, you are head of political science, so we think you should go and answer the president. So I do it. I go at the invitation of President Talbot to stand before him and Hoffe Bonye. And Hoffe Bonye says to President Talbot, yeah, I still don't understand why you have this racist attitude that white people should not be citizens of Liberia, okay? And look at how we are developing in La Côte d'Ivoire. And he goes on in that vein. Then I said, excuse me, Mr. President, you may be developing in La Côte d'Ivoire, but the best part of Abidjan is still owned only by the whites. I say, you know, Liberians, we built our country, nobody built it for us. And until we can be equal in terms of bargaining power, when our people realize who they are, and that only thing they have is the land, and we cannot give up our land because we are poor. We are going to give up our land because we have equal bargaining power. And we've decided that we bargain with you on an equal basis, and we want to give it up, not because of poverty. And I said that's why the University of Liberia student government is still in agreement that we will not have anybody who's not of Negro descent to be a citizen of Liberia. When Liberians reach that stage, we can change the law. Until then, we are disagreeing with it. He turns to President Torgbean and he says to President Torgbean, you know what? I think it's maybe because these children haven't been exposed enough. And that's why they're coming up with this. President Torgbean starts to laugh. He said, if it hasn't been exposed, she's been exposed. So he goes ahead and tells Hove my background. And Hove is looking in amazement. And he said, she's been more than exposed. So no, it's not that they're not exposed. There's a difference between exposure and patriotism. There's a difference of knowing who you are and where you're coming from and how to protect what you have. He said, and that's where they're coming from. So like I said, you knowing these men, even that thing with Frank Torgbean would see me out afterwards. He would come and he would run to me, he would hug me and kiss me. He didn't care, you know. And I would say, you know, you're supposed to have turned up. He said, you'll carry me to court. I said, don't worry, we will. But it was just that type of relationship that we had with them. His son and my brothers were best friends. They went to the same school abroad, everything. So it's not that it was family, but it was important family for us, that we had to move the nation forward. Those of us who were younger felt that they could have done it differently. They could have done it in a better way. And we were not shy to say it. We said it. We had a lot of disagreements, a lot of them. And when it comes to who's the strong man, my father, of course, he was a huge disciplinarian. He truly believed in a police state. He truly believed in taking responsibility for your action. I just told you that, how he even turned around at the border because he knew what he had instilled in us. Take responsibility for whatever you do. And he insisted upon it. So even to his death, he insisted upon it. So he was a strong man in a cabinet that, you know, that always wanted to be heard and felt he knew what was in the best interest of Liberia, etc. But then you had the diplomats like Cecil Dennis, who was so well regarded, not only by Liberians, I mean abroad as well. You know, he was such a diplomat and such a wonderful human being as well. You know, each of these men had characteristics that made them outstanding. I loved my father deeply. I was his first daughter. So I got everything, you know, and he treated me like a princess in his house. And they used to call me, my brothers used to call me Princess Lala. So I didn't care. But it's just to say, you know, they had their loving sides and they had their professional sides. And they were real professionals. And I tell people all the time, you remember, none of these men had to stay in Liberia. Not one of them. All of them could live abroad easily. I remember my father bluffing us all the time. I don't have to be here, you know. And some senators were calling. He had all these friends who were senators in Congress in America. And they would call him and say, Jeff, what are you doing in Liberia? You know, you need to come back to Washington, blah, blah, blah. And he was saying, you see, I can go to Washington now and get a job. I remember telling him we were going to school, when my brothers were going to school, because I refused to go to America to school. I wanted to go to the University of Liberia. And my brothers were all going abroad. And I said, Daddy, you know, you need to go ahead and just buy a house in America so we can use it. He said, what? Me put my money in America? It will all stay here in Liberia. Not one cent of my money coming to go in America talking about a house. And that's how he felt. And he was serious about it. He refused to buy a house in America no matter what. He said, y'all go there and y'all wash dishes and do what everybody else does. And y'all go to school. I'm not going to be buying no house for you to sit down in America. But those were the kinds of men that you were talking about, and patriots who truly loved this country and felt that they were there to build it. I remember also, not that I remember, I was 2 years old when he graduated from American University. And my mother was at Howard University, and she was in math and science. And he he graduated in December from the law school. He wouldn't wait for my mother to graduate in May. He went and grabbed his diploma, grabbed me and my brother, and said, we're going home. Got on the next flight and left America and came to Liberia and left my mother there, even though she just had a few more months to go ahead and get her degree. But it's that kind of spirit of coming back to Liberia and giving that back to Liberia that motivated so many of them.
I have two more questions for you then, if anybody else want to come in. First will be Frank Toboh's obsession with the police state. You just mentioned that. What was this all about? What's about this power, this ultimate power that he needed?
I don't think he was obsessed with a police state, really. I don't think he was obsessed with a police state. People may see it as that. He was trying to be sure that his brother was in power, that it did not degenerate into chaos. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to put all the safeguards up. I'll tell you frankly, he was trying to put all the safeguards up to make sure that they stayed in the power, that nobody was going to break it down. But he wasn't, I wouldn't call him, so much in the police state as much as him trying, to keep that, the presidency going. Because there were a lot of things on the ground at that time. You had the rights riots that happened, you had other things that were going on. You had the military being infiltrated. You had the progressives on the ground, all of this. And he could see all the dangers. I think the president was more tolerant than he was. The president was more tolerant, even when he knew these things were happening. He was more tolerant than Frank Toboh. And Frank Toboh was like, Bule, you don't see where this is going. So he was frantically trying to secure him.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in history class. I'm coming back to you. Later on, we're going to discuss this. This is the report. The Presidential Commission on National Reconciliation that was presented to Dr. William R. Toboh Jr. on June 12, 1979, after the rights riot. We'll come back to that, but let me give other people a chance to come in. Sarah Dopoh is on there chilling. Tomalin, I'm doing this because this is history that we are recording. We may not have a chance. You see how busy she says she is. We may not have a chance to get her here maybe for another 2-3 years. So while we have her now, we got at least 30 more minutes with her. Let's ask all the history questions. So when I'm on the grind in December, I can come and go look for her. Again, this time again, I'm coming knocking on your door. Go ahead, Ben. Ben, go ahead. Okay. You are muted. Ben, you are muted.
Sorry, guys. I muted myself. I may have to run. So I wanted to ask Councillor Gibson, Chesson Gibson, a question regarding, and I think she was heading in that direction a little bit, but I want to bring her back to it a little bit on the regrets, right? Obviously, everything wasn't perfect in the country.
Right.
There was I was watching a documentary the other day. I think it was called Liberia on Civil War or something like that. One of these documentaries, and Dr. Emma Sawyer talked about this melting pot, this tea kettle that was bubbling, and that the lid ultimately was about to fall off. Whatever we had done, at some point it was about to fall off. I believe, and this is going to lead to my question. I personally believe that President Torbert got placed in a position where he had to take the fire coal from the coal pot with his bare hands, right? A system that was in place for a century. And then he comes knowing very well that this was no longer sustainable and that he had to make certain changes. And so the reason that the question that I'm about to ask you sparked in my head, because you talked about Frank Torbert a few minutes ago, and you said he would say to him, Willie, you don't see what I see. You don't understand. these things. But when you are when you are the president, right? Obviously, you can't think like the president pro tempore. You can't think like the speaker. You have to think like the president, right? You're president for all. So I want you from again going back to your experience and your history, looking back and looking forward. Where do you think President Talbot may have gotten it wrong, or did he even get it wrong? Did he just become, a victim of
circumstances?
Circumstances. Thank you for that.
That were beyond his control.
A victim. Did he get it wrong? Where did he miss the mark? Because, like I said, there's so many stories. Oh, Talbot should have done this. He should have done this. Mr. Gayman just put out the Brunel Commission report. And history shows that he started implementing recommendations from that report. What did we just get to a point where it was inevitable that this thing was going to happen? But so that's my question. My question is, from your experience, looking from outside in and from inside out, where do you think President Talbot missed the mark, or did he even miss the mark?
Frankly, I don't think he missed the mark. I think he missed the timing completely. That things were moving so fast, it was beyond his control. Okay. Things were moving fast. He understood the need for the youth to come in. He understood the need for a more inclusive government. You just heard how his cabinet was formed and the people who are in his cabinet. He truly believed in one Liberia. He really did. He truly believed that everybody had something to contribute. Every tribe, every one of us had something to contribute and should be given that chance to do it. Okay? So, no, not that he missed the mark. It's just that time was against him. Absolutely against him. The whole thing of surprise was what got him. Things were moving far quicker than he thought they were moving. When he allowed we allowed the progressives to do what they wanted to do. Freedom of speech. Remember, we've come from a dictatorship of 27 years? Where people couldn't speak, couldn't talk, couldn't do anything because you could be jailed in an instant. Remember the PRO system? What is a public relations officer system? Where people were lying on people and getting paid and all this kind of thing. You're moving away from those kind of things, and you're saying to people, it will not happen again. We cannot do that. Liberia has to be different. And you're trying to institute a difference by saying there will be more freedom of speech. And yes, let the young people come home. And yes, let them talk freely to us about how they want to be governed. And let's be inclusive with it, But the young people wanted to move fast too. They didn't want to just sit down and wait for you all to, to think it over in the legislature and then think it over with the president. They wanted to move fast. And then you had the infiltration of like I say, our soldiers. And what kind of life were they leading? I think that was a mark that terrified me the most, to tell you, of all the things, was what was happening with our security, what was happening with these people who put their lives on the ground for us, who were guarding our borders, who, if anything happened in the country, they would be the first to die. Why were we not taking care of them the way we should have? That is where I think, if anything, for me was painful to have seen that night. I wish I had seen it a few months earlier. Had I seen it a few months earlier, I really believe I could have gone into cabinet or gotten the University of Liberian students up. We could have raised hell and somehow, seen about this, but that wasn't the case. And that's unfortunate, that's fate. These things happen, So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, excuse me, Ben, quickly. You said something earlier and it caught my attention too. You said that when you went to your friend to the barracks, you noticed something. And so, like, I think you also called it little. You called
I did.
Yeah, but then you share with your cousins, your siblings, your cousins, and so forth.
Well, this is exactly what I'm telling you what happened. I went to the barracks a few days before April 12th.
Yeah, okay.
I left the barracks that night. I got home, I called Christine Talbot. Christine didn't answer her phone. because we didn't have cell phones at that time.
Yeah.
I was so shaken by what I had seen. So I called Christine. She didn't answer her phone. I called the president, at least the number I had for the mansion. So I called him. He didn't answer the phone either. I called my father. I couldn't get him. I don't know what in the places he was doing. Anyway, so I didn't get anybody that night. The next morning, I decided, let me try and see my father. He had left early to go somewhere. And he didn't, of course, we didn't have cell phones that time. So I didn't know where he was or what in their phone he was. So I then went and decided I can't wait any longer. This thing is serious. It can happen anytime. That's why I made my way to the True Party headquarters. I had to see somebody. I had to see them right away. And I went there and saw Robert I.E. Bright. And Uncle Robert is the one who took me to, I told you I had to talk to Townsend, and it was an emergency. And he is the one who took me to Townsend. Townsend came up, told me he was leaving the next morning for Lofa County. If it was that serious, I could go with him the next morning and discuss it. I said, it's that serious. The next morning, I was up, got on the flight with him, went to Lofa. He was hosting his political jamboree or whatever they were doing there. Afterwards, he came, he sat at the dining table for dinner, and he said, Yvette, what is it that was so important? And then I explained to him. He said, oh my God. I said, yes. I said, Reggie, you have to talk to the president. You have to redirect your funds. Because I've never been a part of any political party in Liberia. The only party I have is the Republic of Liberia. I wasn't a member of True Week. I wasn't a member of anybody. So I said, you all have to redirect that fund now immediately to the soldiers and make the announcement as soon as possible. Because what I saw is definitely a coup about to occur. And we came back, we arrived back into Monrovia April 12th. And he left me right at Spring Spring Airfield and told me he was going to see the president and he would discuss it with him. And that was the last time we had that discussion. They killed the president that night.
Wow.
So that's what happened. That's the sequence of events.
Wow.
Well, we got a few more minutes here with her. As you know, the LEC in Liberia has left her. She went to she on private generator now, so we got to make sure that she got a few more gallons of gas left for the rest of the night.
Tell me about it.
Yes. So.
But Mr. Gayman, just something just came to mind really quickly. I wasn't aware that soup had been around for this long. So it's amazing, like hearing you that you were one of the original soup members. Yeah. Seeing today what's happening with the group. Do you think that the group needs to be restructured, or do you think the government needs to be more tolerant?
No, I think soup has to come to itself and understand they are not a political party. I will tell you, when I joined soup, I got into soup, and when they called the first meeting on the university campus, and I said, I'm going to join this party. And they had another party that the majority of the young people went into. I said, no, I'm going to join soup. This is a traditional party dealing with indigenous people. Oh, yes, this is my place. I'm coming with my visor. I go and I sit down there, right? And it's all male. Everybody in the room is male. I'm the only female. They decided, oh, that's Yvette Chesson. What are you doing here? Go back to the other party. I said, I'm not going anywhere. I have a right to be here, and I'm here. You cannot discriminate against me. So I'm sitting there. They say, all right, she doesn't know any dialect, so we'll deal with her. So now you will start, and you will speak. Maybe you can speak Bassa and Crew. So you will speak Bassa and Crew. Then whatever it is you sing, then the next person will take it up with Crew and Vi. And then just how they went around the room, right? Whatever it was they were discussing. So while they're discussing it, I had an exam coming. I'm studying for my exam. I couldn't care less what they were doing. I'm studying for my exam. And then they finish and they say, all right now, so gentlemen, we've come to an agreement. They say yes. I said, excuse me, 1 minute. Everybody, last time I looked, the official language of the University of Liberia was English. I don't care what you all agree to here. You're going to translate it into English. The administration of the University of Liberia's language is English. So I suggest you just break it down. Let me hear what it is you have, because English is what we're going to use. And that's how I got into soup. Because then they got vexed with me. They said, but if you've been sitting down here all this time, You knew you were going to do this. You know how many hours you spent? I said, I'm happy you spent no hours because I needed to study for my exam. So you did well. Anyway, you break it down to English because that's the only way it's going to get any attention in this country. And so that's what happened with soup. But yeah, I'm looking at soup now, and everything they feel they must be militant about. And we've had to call them to meetings and say to them, there's more to soup than militancy. There's a Republic of Liberia. And you must know how to perform, who to deal with, and how to go about it. So we've tried from time to time to go ahead and advise and guide them. But, you know, the young is the University of Liberia. It is not a political party.
Are you satisfied with the present state of the country?
Tommy, my hand up, man. You got it.
Go ahead, man.
The lecture getting sweet now. The lecture getting sweet. I guess I know you gotta go. But
we got 17 minutes. I'll get
we got 17 minutes. Lecture getting sweet.
Hurry up.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question, and I'm gonna be very this is gonna be a provocative question.
Go ahead.
And the reason is because, again, like I say, if anybody actually asks this question, so it probably should be you, because you've seen all shades and colors of Liberia, right? Do you think, and let me premise this by saying this first. I listened to Miata Famule on an old interview. Someone asked her the question about her regrets because she was talking about her being a progressive, right? And her brothers and her father and all these people.
Yeah.
And someone asked her a very provocative question and said, do you think, in a nutshell, she was saying she believed that they were a little too anxious, and maybe it was a mistake to kill Torgbean. And then the conversation pivoted towards multi-party democracy, one man, one vote, what we have today. And the reason I say it's provocative because I want you to, and you may answer it the way you want to, but do you think we are, as a country, knowing everything we know today, illiteracy and literacy, both those rates, we know them. Some people say 80%, some people say 70, illiteracy, some people say 60, some people say it has advanced. We're graduating all these young men and women from the University of Liberia, some of them who can't even construct a sentence, right? But they have these degrees, right? Do you think the country was and is ready for one man, one vote? Because the thing about democracy, and that's my question, but I will follow it with this. Fanta laughing because she think, Fanta, I need to come out on the show because I think me and you will have a lot of fun together because most of the things you can be saying is exactly what I can be thinking, right? Because democracy as it is, Councillor, all power is inherent in the people. That's the first line in the preamble of our Constitution.
The first tenet of it.
Yeah. First sentence, all power is inherent in the people. The question is, all power is not inherent in the people as we know it today. That is a fact. That is a fact. All power is inherent in a few men and women. That is a fact. No one can prove me wrong on that. Because if all power is inherent in the people, we will not have the Liberia we have today. Yes. But then the flip side of that is do the people even know the power they have? And when if they do know the power they have, that's how I ask you, are we ready or were we even ready for one man, one vote? Because if you replace someone the legislature has a high turnover rate every election. Every single election we have, at least 95% of members of the legislature get booted out and they get replaced. And we have the same situation again. That is power in the people. So the people are electing people from their communities. They are electing people from their communities. So with the current stats that we know about the illiteracy rate and the exposure of our people, Can we confidently say we are a society or a nation that is ready for one man, one vote in the sense of democracy as it is being sold and practiced to us? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell you this. No, we're not ready. You know, you forget this democracy that we're talking about is a democracy that we are transplanting. It is not our traditional way of doing things. I'm sorry. I know you all think it's I'm sorry. There's a foreign policy we're bringing into our country.
Thank you.
This is not how we govern, and I can tell you that from being the great-grandchild of King Peter. That's not the way he governed, and that's not the way we traditionally govern. Not only the Vais, the Madingos, the Fulas, the Gribbo, the Pele. That's not how we govern. So this is a whole new concept for us that you are telling me, the farmer who busy with my farm and trying to do things, I must now put my mind to governance. I must now go ahead and decide who's going to be making laws for me. I must not. This is not our traditional structure. If I'm wrong, you will know better, tell me. Okay? But that's not our traditional structure. This is an imported concept. Now, let me give you an example of how I know we are not really ready. One of the things I do with the Women's Situation Room, we have a mechanism in there that I call the talking bus. And before elections, knowing the illiteracy of our people, and I'm not talking about numeric literacy, I'm talking about political illiteracy of our people. I use the talking bus to go around, and I will take it into a town or a city. And then I will take over the radio and the communication in that vicinity for as long as I'm there. I will have on the talking bus experts in the areas that's pertinent to that particular town or city that I'm in, that locality. And then I will go ahead and have people rounded up. Old, young, rich, poor, everybody. And then I will have a microphone. Like I said, I take over the radio station. If I'm there 4 hours, I'm on the radio for 4 hours. But I'm on the radio with the community. The community, then I tell the community, line up. You're coming on the talking bus, and you're going to tell us what do you think are the problems in this community. What is it that you need fixed? What is it the legislature coming to you should say? Because you all are so used to legislators coming to you and talking at you instead of with you, that if they come and a legislature, some aspirant comes in, oh, I'm going to build you a bridge. Don't worry about it. I'm building a clinic, a bridge, or whatever. You may not need a clinic or a bridge. You may need assets to market for your goods. You may need another school for your children because there's no middle school in 5 towns around you, and your children have to walk 5 miles to the nearest middle school. So you may need a middle school for those 5 towns. You understand? You don't even know what your priorities are. How can you have these people coming in? How can you elect somebody who cannot meet your needs? So I use the talking bus for that. And I get them and they come on and they talk about the priorities, what they need. When they finish, I then meet with the leaders of the community, whatever the chiefs or whoever. And I say, and I have taken notes. Did you hear this? Did you hear what your citizens said? What are you doing about it and when? And that is how I deal with it. When are you dealing about it? What are you doing about it? And I look at the process of what they're doing to make sure that if they're supposed to talk to a minister, do you need an introduction? I will give it to you. Do you need, to get to so-and-so point? We'll see that you get there. But I need to know, I got to have some way, you got to show me a plan of action before these politicians reach you. And then when the politicians reach you, you all must know what your priorities are. And instead of allowing them to talk at you, you tell them, this is what our town needs. What are you going to do about it and when? And you keep them on a schedule. You don't wait in office for 2 years before you go back to them and say, oh, you promised us you were going to do this and you do it now. And by that time, they have other things that are important on their desk. So this is the talking bus. Now, I was in Bong County in Bangla, and I went to do like a talk. Well, it was really a town hall I was holding to do just what I do in the talking bus. And I was there the entire day. In the end of the day, I'm getting ready to come back to Monrovia. I'm entering my car. An old lady comes to the car. She said, Counselor, I need to talk to you. I said, sure. What's going on? She said, I want to tell you something. Eh? You came to tell us how to get ready for the politicians coming. I want you to know that we have a legislator here. He's a member of the House of Representatives. When he came to run, he told us he was going to do whatever is he promised them. He said he hasn't done any of the things he said he was going to do. When he didn't do it, we called him, he won't pick up his phone. We went to his house. The same house we used to go inside when he was running, he would let us inside in the porch in the living room. We couldn't even pass the gate. Then the people told us, no, we can't even come in the yard. So we said, all right, you know what? Let somebody go and see if we can meet him at the office in Monrovia. We sent a delegation to Monrovia. The delegation got there. His office staff won't let us even enter the office.
Wow.
We must vote for him. Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
Wow.
We must vote for him.
We must vote for him.
I said, at that point, I became so stunned. And I said, Yvette, you got an F in communication today. A complete waste of time and energy. So it was. I said to mind you, when I go to these places, I have interpreters. I don't just go and speak English. I always have interpreters. If I got two languages, I got one in Pele, one in Ki, or whatever the other language may be. And so I said, vote for him, man. Yeah, if you vote for him, so you're telling me you want him to continue to disregard your calls. You want him to continue to not do anything for you. You want to continue that you can't go to his house, or you know. I said, is that what you want? Then vote for him. And she looked at me, she said, oh, you vexed? I said, no, I'm not vexed. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in me more than in you, to tell you the truth. Because I obviously couldn't explain to you how it's necessary that you take your future in your hands. That the power is in you, not in him. I said, I decided the day I retire, and God knows I keep praying for it. The day I retire, my one job will be to teach Liberians how to remove legislators. That's what I promised myself before I die. I must go from town to town to teach them how to remove legislators. I said, because to me, it's very important. If you're going to give them the right to vote, to put them there, you must give them the right to take them out.
Wow.
I feel very strongly about it.
Wow.
But you know,
thank you for that.
We're not ready.
But you know, Councillor Yvette Gibson, look, you said something today. What you said about is our bus, expand our bus, because we need our bus for 2029. I'm about 2029. We got to get it by 2029, honestly. So we got to expand our bus to teach the people how to vote. But the problem is, the people keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting the results. You know very well that, like Ben said something, and our democracy is not the people that are holding the democracy. No, you got how many people in the legislature? You got 15 senators.
73. 73 in the House.
Okay,
Yes.
coming. And plus the executive, the president, the vice president, and the chief justice and his group. That people are holding our power. And these are the few people out of 5.6 million people that control the national budget. 5 top officials in the country makes $30 million from the budget. They just passed up on that budget last night. I was told they call for, they passed it in the night. And plus the World Bank, when the money added there, 53 million, they passed it quickly. Okay. And the people that control, they're not the voters, because the people, they will wait the time, election time, they come with their sweet talks and come and charm the people. Look what he said. You took your time, you went to that county, to one county, spend the whole day talking to educating the people how to vote, how they have the power to change the situation. You live in your car, the woman can't tell you, say the man didn't want, should have voted for the man stay.
And the funny thing is, Tomalin, she outlined what the problem was.
Yes, she did. She went step by step.
You can ask a question. And so we need to expand our bus. And honestly, TCA, we are open to work with you. The platform, we help spread.
Councillor Gibson, as the chairman of the board, you are an honorary member of TCA.
That's
Anytime
right.
you come down on this show, you got your spot on this show.
Yes.
Nobody will vote against
You don't need appointment.
Absolutely.
What color is that bus so we can know it when it's coming?
It's just white. It's got under the Angie Brooks
Oh,
International
we
Center.
want to put the color when
the talking bus.
when the politicians see it coming, they can just run.
Right now, we got to make a change. We can't. It's unacceptable for what we got right now. Everything unacceptable right now.
Excellent. We
have to do something.
We got 3 more. We got 3 more minutes. Can you do your party comment? Hold on. Let me go to Bendu. You've been quiet for a while. Your party comment. And then Bendu for. Okay, there you go.
Absolutely, because I love listening to Yvette just as much as
she's
amazing.
Yeah.
She never
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so Jerome, what did you want to ask me?
No, you have been very kind. We are giving our honorary membership to this organization. You can come anytime. You don't need, just call and you don't need appointment. You don't need to go to the senator's office and wait there for 3 days and then she don't see you. You can just come here and say, listen, guys, I'm coming on today. I need 30 minutes. I need an hour.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure being on today. And I learned so much also from Fanta and her experience. And Fanta, all I can say is I'm so sorry because I do understand. But, you know, as you people were talking, all you politicians and all you political scientists, and I just love this kind of discussion. It's so inspiring to me. But I was thinking about the concept of a presidential persona and policy. Because, you know, you have a persona, you want to do what you want to do, you have an agenda in your mind, but then it takes time to really spell out these policies and put these policies in place to really finally get what you want done. Because the two are completely different. You have a persona, but how do you lead and how do you make your policies follow what that pathway is doing? So, you know, it's really, and sometimes, like Yvette talked about, timing. And timing is everything, you know, so it's so difficult sometimes to get your policy agenda to be aligned with your persona. And I think that's a lot of the problem, you know, just in the world in general. How do you balance it all? But as you people were talking, I thought about that, and I just thought I would just mention that.
Thank you. Your parting comments.
Thank you.
No. Sister Chelsea, you will be the last.
I thought you were asking me.
No, I'm asking Bendu. You're going to give the last communion. Yeah, the last. Go ahead.
My parting comments are very simple. My parting comments are thank you. Thank you for including us and including me in this discussion. It's been fruitful. It's been enjoyable. And it's been educational. But ultimately, I personally hold out a hope for Liberia, and the aid to 2MG holds out that same hope for Liberia. And we will always keep working towards, you know, a better day. So I want to thank you for this opportunity to be here and be a part of this discussion. And I look forward. I look forward to working with you, having more panel discussions with you, and to doing anything that we can possibly do to help to promote and help to shape a better future for the generations to come, for a nation that we all love.
Thank you.
And I'll leave it there.
Good. Can you make a pledge to me that we can make this an annual event, that next year at the same time you're going to be here discussing?
Absolutely. I have absolutely no problems with that.
Excellent.
I enjoyed it, and I would look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Now we go to the closing argument. Sister Chesson, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for this platform and inviting us. I want to say something that even Bennu doesn't know about her father.
Excellent.
I had I had gotten married and had just had Sivet, and I was about to travel. He was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I went to the ministry to get my passport in my new name, my husband's name, Justin Gibson. And I went to get the passport. When I got there, the passport director says to me, "Oh, you have to get your father or your husband to sign for your passport." And I said, "What?" He said, "Yes, you have to get your father or your husband." I said, "You must be out of your bloody mind. I am a citizen of Liberia and I'll be treated equally. And I would not do that." And this man is looking at me. He said, "That is our rule. That is how it's done. Whether or not you like it, Miss Justin, that is how it's done." I said, "Not with me. It's not going to be done. I'm going to see the Minister of Foreign Affairs." So I march upstairs, get on his elevator, get upstairs to Cecil Dennis' office. And I get there and I tell his secretary, I said, "I need to see the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please let him know I'm here. I need to see him. It's an urgent matter." And she goes in and tells him that I'm there. And I don't know, all his busyness that he always visit, he agreed to see me. So they take march me in. I go in, and he's there. And I said, and I have to with me the passport, what you call it, form, right? And sure enough, on the form for females that got there, they had on a female father or husband. So, and I showed it to him. I said, "Have you seen this?" He said, "What is it, Yvette?" I said, "Look at it. These people are telling me that my father or my husband must sign. What do they think women are? We look like slaves in this country? Don't you know we're citizens? Why your passport department has it?" He said, "I wasn't even aware that was on the form." I said, "It's on the form. Oh, I'm just telling you I'm not doing it." So he starts to laugh. And he tells him to call the passport director. The passport director comes up. He tells him, he says, "Remove that immediately. We're not going to have a revolution of the women of the Republic of Liberia. Remove it on the forms, because this guy is certainly going to start a revolution and the women will follow. So you just go ahead and remove it right now." And that's how I got my passport after I got married. So just, to tell you that he understood women empowerment, because I came to find out the reason they had it there was a member of the legislature's wife left him.
Wow.
And with the cook, got up and left, got her passport and left with the cook and moved out of the country. And he didn't find out till later. And he wanted to know why the minister, and this wasn't under Cecil Dennis, it was under another minister. He wanted to know why was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs allowing their women to leave the country without their knowledge by giving them passports. They then decided to go ahead and instruct the Minister of Foreign Affairs at that time that they must make sure only their husbands or the fathers would sign for women to leave Liberia. And that's what happened. And Cecil Dennis overturned that. So I'm sure she hadn't heard that before, but that's what happened. He overturned it.
Real quick, guys, when you in Liberia, do not hire a male cook.
You see, I listen to that. Foolish. Okay, but anyway, so I really want us to look at this whole matter of reconciliation that has to happen with Liberia. It's something that we in the April 22nd group take very seriously. There has to be education as well as justice. We're looking, I for one, am looking at the matter of the the war crimes code coming in, because as you know, it's going to go all the way back to the 1980s. So it's going to cover the period in which our fathers were illegally executed. And I would like to see what comes out of it, regardless of the fact that many of the people who are being accused are now dead. There's still some of them alive. And for us to get some sort of justice out of this, we have been blessed in that several presidents of Liberia have gone ahead and acknowledged it was a wrong. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did it. Boyka has done it. Judith Bryant did it. So we at least have that acknowledgement from the government of Liberia that it was wrong. And in this administration, we've also had President Boyka come on board as he help us dedicate our memorial park that we have in Painesville. However, that's not enough. We have to reach the youth. There's no question about it. They are our future. They are our now. And we have to reach them. We have to do the civic education. Like I said, there's so much work to be done in this country. It's mind-boggling. I'm telling you. Sometimes when I think about it, I'm saying, God, I'm not even going to see half of this work done. But there's a lot of work to be done in education, and not only numeric education or literal education, but in political education. And that's why I have the talking bus. And you're right, the talking bus is going to start earlier than usual. I probably am going to start it next year instead of waiting for the year of elections, because there's just too much work to be done utilizing it for the people to know who they are. And since we brought in this foreign concept of one man, one vote, instead of the way that we traditionally used to handle our council, then fine. If we're going to do that, then we must do the work to ensure that it becomes a democracy. Thank you again for the help. We look forward to you all working with the April 22nd group in uniting Liberia. Thank you.
So you pledging that next April 22nd, you're going to be here?
Yes, once I get an invitation. Why not?
Excellent.
Excellent. God spares my life. Yeah, why not?
Oh, God will spare your life. Listen, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we are putting together. This is not going to be an annual event. So, Honorable George, it is your responsibility that April 10th, you start calling everybody and make sure that we're on their calendar. Thank you very much. Let me go to Frank Stewart Jr. Frank, thank you for coming.
All right, before you get to Frank, I just want you to know my husband is going to sue you. It's 1:08 a.m.
That's what I kept telling people.
So it's 1:08 in the morning, yeah.
Yep, I kept saying it. The lawsuit is coming. He deliberately turned the light off. You can't put it back on. So I know it's coming. Frank, welcome, and give us your parting comment. I know you've been having problems with the internet there.
Yeah. Again, I want to thank Mr. George, my friend and brother, for calling me. I think it was yesterday he called, and he asked me if we could come on, and I agreed, and I got my team, members of the team together, our communication specialist, Councilor Chesson, Gibson, and so we came on and we did what we had to do. I had problems with the internet, but I don't know that told you guys how this group was founded. I don't know that anyone brought that up, but
I brought it up, Frank, and I told them you did it.
She did.
Okay. All right. So we did that, and everything is. I mean, thanks again. We look forward to working with you guys. I hope you guys can always come to us and talk to us about our progress. We do have a resource center that we're building where our father's papers will be in. Besides at the same place we have the Memorial Park, and we will be giving out scholarships. So there are things that's in the pipeline that we will be doing in Liberia for the Liberian people, but we'll not discuss those things now. But again, thanks a lot. Thanks a whole lot. This was great.
Great. And say hi to your beautiful wife. Tell her I left Jersey a while ago, but I still remember all my Jersey folks. Next time I'm in the area, I'll look for you.
Please do.
Gayman, let me ask a question quickly. Councilor Gibson and Benu, did you guys see this? I know there is a video, a documentary. The film from what's his name?
Gerald
Barkley. He showed me a little bit of snippets, and I know there was a screening yesterday. I believe yesterday or the day before in Liberia, right?
Yesterday.
Right on April 22nd.
April 22nd. Did you? What you were there? Were you there?
Yes, I viewed it. Yes.
Okay. I can't wait to see it because the little snippet that he showed me, I was so intrigued by it. I kept telling him, I said, the only sad thing, I said you should have called me so I should have given a small interview because since I'm a Topoh fanatic, you should have asked for the next year, But it was so refreshing to hear Richard Talbot, the late. I think that was his last real interview he gave before he passed. And I'm just waiting to see the full. So I'll reach out to Gerald, and I'm telling everybody, keep an eye out for that. I think it's such a masterpiece that he put together, well documented and well put together. So
he's
yeah.
coming next week, man.
He's coming next week. Okay, great. I hope we get a chance to spread it around, let people get to see it, because it's a very rich historical piece, and I like what he did with it. Yeah, he incorporated some new technology and stuff like that. So
yeah. Thank you very much, ladies, for Councilor Chesson. Thank you. Tell my greeting to your husband. Tell him when the basketball gets into town, I'm not going to cook. He shouldn't be afraid. We're cater the food.
Wait, really quickly.
Great cook.
Not Bindu, like so. Once again, it's really great to uncover that you have parts from Kip Mount. We're doing a lot of work in Kip Mount. I just mentioned the Kip Mounting thing, so we'd love for you to be a part of it as a daughter of Kip Mount. If you're interested, please do reach out to me.
We will make sure. Frank, thank you very much.
Information.
I didn't watch that film by Gerald. We had the opportunity to see it yesterday. I still haven't brought myself to say my dad being executed on a pole like that. So I didn't watch it, but I hope that I will be able to watch it. I even got some CDs. Back in the days, that's when they had CDs of the people, of them being the bus when they were going to execute them. And I haven't seen that. I have it, but I haven't seen it. So yeah, but I hope to see the film one day.
Great.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come on and bring all the folks on. Thank you very much. Ms. Dennis, thank you very much for tuning in. Coming anytime, charming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Introduce topics of interest to you. It doesn't matter. Introduce your own topic. We will discuss it. No problem anytime.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
God bless. God bless.
And we'll be having a fundraising event, the April 22nd group. We will let Mr. George know, and I hope you guys in the States can come and support us.
Please.
Okay, so we'll be having a fundraiser. It will be here in New Jersey. We're working on it, but when details are available, I will let Mr. George know.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much. It will be a New Jersey reunion. I can see my boy Toyo Harris. I won't tell you what we did over there, friend, but I will come. We'll all get back together.
All right.
Thank you, guys. All right.
I know Banky listening, so I won't say anything. I'll wait.
Thank you all.
CFIDs, welcome. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You can go and rest now. You've been here over 2 hours. Thank you very much.
Over 2 hours.
Since 5 o'clock.
Yeah, since 5 o'clock. Excuse me, 5 o'clock. Yeah, I try to be politically correct, even though it's not right. I have a dentist over here, so I got to be diplomatic. Because it is.
You got to go to bed now, so.
Yes, it is insane to have somebody's wife, somebody's husband, somebody's sister here for 5 hours sitting at 4 hours.
But it was all worth it. It was all worth it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very informative. Educational, it was just refreshing. So we want to thank you. We look forward to meeting you guys. Next year will be on the actual date, the 22nd, unless it fall on a weekend. But during the week, we would definitely love to do it during the week.
But it doesn't have to be next year. You can always call on us to come back and let you know what we're doing.
That's fine.
You can always call on us. We'll come back.
Okay, great. You see, that's what I'm talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, mark your calendar. This is an annual event every April 12th. The group is going to come out here and we're going to discuss, we're going to compare and contrast, we're going to see where we have been, where we have done. We're going to see the bus, how far the bus have gone, whether the bus need tires. We look at all that stuff. But our bus, we make a double decker. We're going to have Yes. Thank you very much for coming. We love you. We care. And we're letting Liberia know that we are not going to go down this path anymore. There got to be a better way.
Yeah.
And that's why we are here. Thank you very much. Mr. Shafadis, welcome. You are coming to class late. You missed all the goodies, but it's all right.
No, where I'm coming in late, but I was I mean, I was listening to the show, so
good.
No problem.
It's all right. You know, day when you come to class late, you know what they did to you, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You stand at the back of the class.
What? You sit back of the class, you'd be lucky if you sit in the back of the class.
No, I think you stand at the back of the class. You stand the whole class and take notes. It was a very good show. I mean, I had other stuff to do, so I was listening, but it was a very good show. Very good show.
Oh, Bendu, you can sign off now. Honorable Gibson, you can sign off now. Frank, you can sign off if you want to.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you. And Ben, don't sign off yet.
No, Ben, don't sign up.
Yeah. Let's do good. Let's do a little evaluation. This was great.
Yeah.
I want to take my hat off to Honorable George for putting this together fast. It was fast. I didn't even know what was happening. Just called. I said, let's bring them on, and it is great that he did that. At first, I was a little skeptical because these are very, very difficult topics.
Yeah.
For folks to say, I want to come, it's part of the healing process. The more you talk about it, you could see Bendu, right?
Yeah.
She
very
emotional. She has frog leap to acceptance, but you can see the pain, and it's natural. We have to admit this thing is painful when you lose a loved one in the way it happened. It is vivid. You can't just erase it. It comes back in dreams, and we're talking about nightmares.
Father, you're very young. You don't enjoy your dad. You know what I mean? And then you read about him afterwards. Something is. Mr. Gayman, I love how you handled the show. It was good.
Good job, Mr. Gayman.
You handled it very well. And that's the setting of the show that took the show down to this level. The setting of the show, so it was good. And I was getting a lot of messages. Look, I learned a lot today. A lot of messages I was getting here, coming back and forth. People, things that I didn't know, but honestly. And one thing I love Councillor Chesson for the fact that she's very bold. She's honest. She said
she's another Fanta.
You saw it coming. She said she saw it coming. She saw it. So she saw it coming, and to the extent that she saw it coming, yet I was late. The timing was everything, but I got a final two that look, take it or leave it. Not because they were here, but history will tell you, man. Tobo, he's so far. He's the greatest so far.
Oh, no joke, joke.
Because when he even did, like somebody said, I was listening. He was a victim of circumstances. That's all. Because he tried to do what was not done in 27 years or so. He's not bringing everybody together, but by the time he was doing it, it was just late, and things happened. But that's why people miss him. He's a visionary leader.
But Tomalin, I mean, I wasn't on the show, but I was listening. I have both ears. I was using one ear on one side, ear on the ear other side. I mean, there was a lot of things were revealing. Like she said that her dad was taken to the border.
Yeah,
went to Sierra Leone.
Did I go back?
He said, I can't go. I'll come back. You know what I mean? And this is the second person that I heard that was killed during that time. That actually went, because there's different writings, but A.B. Tower being taken to the border too, and came back. Said my mom and sisters are back there. I can't go. You know what I mean? And then if you watch that clip, a little clip from Gerald Barkley, and the one where Richard Tober saying that Jebo told him, said that they're coming for you. You give me 50 million some money, I can help protect you. He went and told his part. I said, Jebo said,
because
they're playing cool. He said, I know that.
Okay, now I see where Jebo coming from now.
He said, I know that. But I seen the clip today, right?
Yeah, now you just said it.
So I mean, there's a lot of things, And
they were looking for Jebo. They said they were wanting him dead or alive.
Yeah, so you know that the first man they executed the man of river. So there's a lot. So hopefully we'll watch. Hopefully we'll get Gerald Barkley on the show, and that would be good. But I mean,
I did have a chance to talk to him, Larry Kennedy and I, and got some sneak peeks of the movie. I can't wait to see the full thing because the one that I saw, I was just blown away.
Yeah, he's been working on it. He's been working on it for about 4 years.
Yeah,
Just full disclosure, that's my cousin. We grew up together.
Oh, okay.
So he's been working on it for years. You know, he's been working on it for years.
I was blown away, and
everybody related.
And then there's something she said again that she was part of soup.
Yeah.
Finally, part of soup.
One of the first female.
She was part of soup. She participated in sitting action. She served Frank Torgbean papers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So for me, I think the country, and that the reason I asked for that question about democracy was important, because here we are again. You know, it's like this country, every election they say is the most important election of your lifetime.
Every day,
every election in America, they can tell you, say that the most important election, this is the most important election of our lifetime. Then they elect the president, then we go to the next one, right? But I think we're starting to see that in Liberia, where every election, that one we got to get it right. Like Tomalin every day he harassing me.
Liberia's at a crossroad.
Every day we at a crossroad. We can't cross the one.
Man, let me friend, man. Honestly, why? I mean, all of us here. Look at us,
my man. So the funny thing, though, and I was saying, it's a question that we need to answer. Is this the form of government that we want?
No, I think
is this what we want? Because let me tell you something. You can't plant bitter ball and expect pepper. I'm sorry. And I have come to the realization that that's what we've been doing. Hoping. Hope is not a strategy. It's not. Right? You can't hope, go to bed hoping and wake up in the morning. Listen, I hope I win the lotto. But you know the chances of winning the Mega Million or the Powerball is 1 in 300 and something million.
Right. If when I say this, like they say, I'm a conspiracy theorist.
No, you're not. No, you're not. That's why I keep telling you. That's why I keep saying on this show that you would probably draw me back on this show full time, because every time I listen to you, I get it. Listen, I'm saying this. I want to win the lotto. But guess what? Do you know the chances of me winning the lotto? How many think he's gonna win it?
But you got to be in it to win it.
But the odds are 1 in 300 and something million.
That's correct.
That's the odd to win the jackpot. If you are waiting to win that lotto without doing anything, if you go tell your wife, I'm not going to work because every Tuesday and whatever day they can play it, I will buy the lottery, she will divorce you. She may encourage you for the first 2 or 3 days, or maybe the next 1 month. But if things start going, say, but something wrong with the guy, he must be crazy.
That's right.
And this is what we do in Liberia. We are hoping that this system that we imported, that we just took the United States from and we put Liberia on. Mind you, even this country is 250 plus, they'll be celebrating 250 years this year.
Yeah.
There are 250 years in this experiment.
Yeah.
And they still haven't figured it out.
Exactly.
They just, a couple of, maybe less than a decade ago, elected the first black president. And maybe 20, 30 years ago, women just got the right to vote in this country.
Yeah.
Black people, 40, 30 years ago, were segregated. We took the people's system and imported it in a country that we have 90+ illiterate. Because again, I repeat, there are people graduating from universities in Liberia that can't compose a sentence.
Yep.
But you can't tell them anything. Hey, God, you don't get me started. I've been on a break. I don't want to get in trouble.
No, Ben, you have to come back.
No, but Ben,
I don't want to get in trouble. So let me, Shafa, I beg you, let me say my piece, and then I will go in my corner.
No, you can't go even stay. You stay.
I'm going because you know my knee, they let it cost me. So and I've got to be accustomed to it.
The thing is,
I would say this. Look at the national legislature.
Yeah.
A 95% turnover rate. That is not the problem. The problem is not that we don't change these people. The problem is you replace one with the other. Now it is an aspiration in Liberia to be a member of the legislature because they feel it is your passport out of poverty.
But wait, Ben, like Councillor Chesson said something very important. And she said, it's not that we replace them, it's that we don't know how to replace them without them completing their term, right? We usually wait 6 years, 9 years. No, what mechanism exists, or what do we need to implement so that if they give us a timeline, I'm going to give you a hospital, I'm going to build this road within 1 year. 1 year comes around, it's not done. What mechanisms can we leverage? Can the people leverage to kick them out?
And you are right, Fanta, and that is the reason why.
Okay, Ben, I'll take it from this point. This country we're in,
they have a recall system. I don't know if you have any.
I come to a point. You see, democracy is a work in progress. As long as what form of democracy you got in your country, it will not be perfect. Man, God will continue fixing it until we end it.
But
I come with Ben. One of the key watchdog in democracy, that's not this whole check and balance thing with first branch, second branch. It never check and balance. Even this country not check and balance. The Republican, when Donald Trump said let's go left, they all go left. Let me fire there to go there. A Democrat in the White House, when they say let's go left, they all go left. The key check and balance is what we call the fourth estate. The fourth estate, that's the one that educates the people every day, enlighten the people, conscientize the people. So in our country, you listen to the radio. You hear what people talk on the radio? Guess what? Ben, representative take 45,000. He dedicated a billion. He called the radio. The journalists on the radio, they're singing him praises. So why the journalist get asked and say, it's not your job to take money.
Yeah, but Shefa, I disagree with you.
Ben, guess what? Ben, in democracy, everything starts with a debate. In what Fanta is saying, it starts with a debate.
But Shefa,
the echo chamber,
I disagree with you because you are starting from the front and working your way backwards. What I am talking about, you're talking about the journalists, you're talking about the echo chamber, you're talking about democracy as it is. What I am concerned about is the root cause. Is this the form of governance for us? Is this? Because you know what? The free press, let me tell you, when you talk about free press, even in this country, the quote-unquote free press is corporate press. It's not free. You and I know it's not free. It's corporate press.
But it's changing now. You know that? It's changing.
Of course it's changing.
Okay, guys. 1 minute, guys. I got someone on the phone. Okay, guys, coming to you. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, my dear brother Gilman. This is Abraham calling from New Jersey.
Go ahead.
Let me take this time to commend you guys for the fascinating topic. I got on it late, but Ben Sanvee he struck a point here that the imposition of the United States system on Liberia. And guys, we are in fact doing it in overdrive. Tell me, Ben.
Exactly.
What business have Liberia to have senators for 9 years?
Exactly.
This that you are emulating that the senators are way less than 9 years. What business have you to have a representative for 6 years when the United States got representative for 2 years? Every 2 years they go to election. Predicated on that, it forced the people to make rational decisions and seek the welfare of their people. But if you have a man for 6 years as a representative, complacency kicks in because why? He got ample time to eat a lot of free money.
You can show for 4 years and start working in year 5.
Yes, they start working in year 5. You got a president that goes for 6 years when the United States got 4-year presidency. So we are doing everything in the reverse in Liberia and in fact in overdrive. So predicated on this thing, it's going to be hard for this country to make progress because those people, they are not on the edges to do things. They're complacency. And it's troubling. So, I just wanted to point those things out at the buttress of taking a bend. The imposition of this system, it need to be revisited. And indeed, people need to stand up to the thing. It makes no sense for you to have this kind of people, crowds of people at the legislative branch over there. By the time they leave from there, they are all millionaires. Why the country is in a dungeon. So, but thanks for the time, my dear.
Thank you, my brother. But let me just say this, Jerome. And this is why I said I disagree. Because the democracy that we have It's not for a country that has a high illiteracy rate. It's not for a country. Don't get illiterate. Don't mean you're stupid. That is something that I think sometimes we miss. There's something called 5 senses. We know you see fire. You know, even the person who ain't go to school, when they see fire, they can put a hand in fire. They know fire can burn. If they put a hand in fire, it will burn, and they will know how to put it there again. My thing is, Liberia is the only country, even in this country, the constitution that we took and we adopted, they have amendments in the constitution. The constitution is a living and breathing document. It is living, it is breathing. In Liberia, our constitution is dead. It is dead. We are stuck. John F. Kennedy appointed Robert F. Kennedy as Attorney General. After he died, after that era, there was something called the Hatch Act by Orrin Hatch. That's when nepotism came into full force into the US. So the Hatch Act forbids, Google it, anybody can research it. It's called the Hatch Act. It forbids a president appointing the relatives, brothers, sisters. That is what you call a living, breathing document. In Liberia, our constitution, we use it more as a weapon. We use our constitution more as a weapon to suppress the people. Oh, the constitution said this. Then the person interpreted it the other way. Then the person interpreted it the other way. Look, let me say this. Let me say this. If we don't have constitutional reform in Liberia, what is constitutional reform? We got to go back to the same very people in the legislature to approve whatever constitutional amendments we want. Do you really believe that legislature will approve an amendment to reduce their tenure? You think they will do that? If they don't approve it, we can't put it on the ballot. There needs to be a revolution in the country, a revolution of the mind. The people need to understand that the country is in shackles, that no matter who comes, they will say what they want to say during election. Once they get in power, they understand that the power is all too assuming and consuming, and they follow the lead. President Bokar, when he got elected, when he got sworn in, what did he do? One of his first actions was to commission an audit of the National Security Agency, the NSA. What happened to that audit? He did commission it when they called him and told him, you can't do this because at the place where we can do all our thing. So he did commission it. So I am only saying, that's why I say maybe I need to,
Ben, let me hold you a point. Politicians are politicians. I will come into a point. Politicians are politicians anywhere in the world. You know the problem we have in our country? These people, we adopted this form of government, and these people went over there over the last 20 plus years. These people have funded media institutions, civil society. Let me give you an example. I come in, Ben. Let me talk. Donald Trump got in office. He passed tariff. What stopped the tariff? Did the first branch of government stop the tariff? No, and people took it to court. But Ben, when the government does something wrong in Liberia, do you hear civil society? You hear people, a statue going to the. Let me tell you something. You see politicians, they will only do what you allow them to do. Has it been challenged at all?
Are you saying the same thing?
No, but I said they got a watchdog group, but they're in name. They're not doing nothing.
But
it's simple as that.
I think me and you saying the same thing.
Let me give you one example. Let me give you one example. The code of conduct that has been violated. Are any civil society group taking the government to court on the code of conduct? No. So we just accept it. It's a law, right?
I think me and you saying the same thing.
Ben, has the bar association taken the government involved? You
no. Put too much. Let me say this.
Let me finish. Let me finish, Ben. He said, the lawmakers, the first branch, the second branch. I'm not absolving them from this blame. But let me tell you something. These civil society groups, you go to look at the African country. They are change makers in that country. Am I lying, Fanta? They have change maker.
I don't disagree with you.
But with Liberia is different.
No, but
I don't agree with you.
But they get donor money.
Yeah, but these let me ask you.
Nothing. Our bar association.
Kofa challenge.
Okay. Our bar association, had they made any recommendation to the state over the last 20 years for any reform? But guess what? Every year they go to retreat, right? And when I see that, so what do they do there? They go and hang among themselves. You see,
I don't have.
That they call to, I come in Ben. These are the people that they call to the table when they discuss Liberia future. They call the Bar Association, they call the Chamber of Commerce, they call the Civil Society, Democracy Watch. These are the people that sit to the table. And these are the people that get all the assistance. And then they go, they say the money is going to be quiet.
Yeah, but this is what Ben is saying. The democracy, the so-called democracy, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. That's my point. My point is this. I'm not disagreeing with anything Siafa is saying here. Nothing. I'm saying even the civil society and all these people are part of the system.
Yeah, they are.
This system that we are talking about. Siafa, you work in Kenya. The Kenya you have today was not the Kenya on a Arab Moi or Jomo Kenyatta. The Kenya you got today has a new constitution. Yeah. That's why I say in other countries, the constitutions are living, breathing documents.
So why would they write a constitution in 2004 and 2005? Who went back to the same old bad behavior?
So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, take this call. Take this call. Your name and where you calling from?
Yes, I'd like to make a quick contribution. My name is Kehleboe Gongloe.
Mama, you panelist on the show, man. Why you can be calling the show?
Don't be calling, I can't disturb
us.
Ben, I know you knew you just came by, want to talk.
You panelist. Why you be calling like you're not panelist? Yeah.
Well, I was here yesterday.
Go ahead.
Don't listen to the guy, Kehleboe.
Go ahead, Kehleboe. I just messing with you. Go ahead.
I want to put Ben on the hot seat here.
Okay.
During Georgia time,
yes,
we had the COP. Georgia proposed some fundamental amendment to the Constitution. What was the COP position on that vis-a-vis Ben position? I'm asking this question to point out the fact that Liberia problem is really ourselves, like Topoh said before. We are our own problem. No, I hear Ben complain about even term limit here. Georgia, you can say whatever you want to say. The man proposed, let the presidential term limit drop. The senator comes to 6 years. And what did the opposition? That was the law for selfish motives. He led the opposition to say, when they vote just on the amendment, it means Georgia will be starting new term, right? Even though the Constitution says if you make changes in the Constitution, you cannot benefit from the change. And they knew that, but they don't want to talk about that. Some of us didn't have the biggest microphone, so we had disagreement. Our voices were not heard. But this opposition that Ben and others were the loudest voice in that, they rejected Georgia good proposition.
Are you asking me if I rejected it or you assuming I did?
When you're part of the COP, our COP position.
But I disagree with it. I am pro. No, but let me answer you now. Let me answer you.
I asked you a question. I said,
no, but let me answer you.
But Kehleboe, let me answer the question you're asking. Go ahead, Ben.
I agree, and I have been one of the people who I even vehemently, publicly disagree with people who fought that constitution amendment. Because let me tell you what I said. It was a step in the right direction. It was baby steps we started doing. I am one of the people who believe that the current Liberian constitution does not fit our reality. It doesn't. So whatever change that we have to make to that constitution, I am pro that change. I've always been, and I've always been loud about it. There are tapes of me on it. I disagreed with people in the opposition. The same thing you're talking about. I said it. I said, laws are not retroactive. Somebody make a law, they don't benefit from that law. They don't.
It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution. So I was on the record Yes, I was a member of the COP, but I never, you think everything the COP they I agree with? No. When the COP made a decision that they wanted to go support Joe Burger, you saw me support Joe Burger?
Well, I just wanted the public to know this because, for example, there was no reason why the opposition would reject because he came from Georgia. There was no reason.
Okay, Kehleboe, I got a question for you, Kehleboe. Kehleboe, I got a question for you. We all knew that it wasn't going to happen. That was a political argument. From a legal standpoint, can you point to any astute lawyer in Liberia that went on the radio and say, no, if we pass this was going to happen?
Well, I can't point to that. The louder voice on the no vote, well, that was the basically.
Yeah, but it was a political talk. That's what I'm saying. It was a political talk. So I'm asking you.
If that was the wrong got re-elected, you will go for 9 years instead of 6 years if the amendment passed. So you want to loud their voice, finding all the reason, prudential reason in the world to convince people with it,
Yeah, Kehleboe. So Kehleboe, I'm coming back to my point. We take this title, Counselor of Law, Dean of the Law School, this thing. We got a referendum coming on for voting, and people making all these political arguments that are going to have negative impact. But you couldn't see one astute lawyer go in the studio to clarify things. You know what I mean, Fanta? That's the problem we have in the country. These people sit in a comfortable chamber, and as long as it's not shaking their fans, they don't care. They don't care.
I mean, like, the system is flawed.
They don't care.
Let him answer. So
let me respond so I can leave the phone.
Okay.
Let me tell you, Liberia is a very strange country.
Very much.
A very strange country. Strange people, strange mentality. Everything is strange in Liberia. In Liberia, those who are experts, when the issue that concern expert opinion arise, they look for a pedestrian view instead of expert view. Look, because everybody in Liberia is a lawyer. You see that discussing legal issue. When it comes to medical team, they discuss medical issue. Everybody in Liberia is an expert on everything. Yeah. So even if the bar raise an issue, the bar is all political people. I remember when Council Gongloe, president of the bar, when he started raising issues, the bar under his leadership, they were saying Gongloe is political. Okay? So this is how the country, we have strange behavior. Look, in other countries, like for example in Kenya, I worked in Kenya before. If the Kenya Law Society speaks on a matter of law, the government shakes because all the lawyers will conform to that. They will not criticize their bar. In Liberia, you see the other bar member going, say, I'm UK mayor, the other one. So the English lawyers in Liberia consider their political party more important than the bar. I mean, and that's a strange behavior in Liberia. And that's why the country it is what it is. And sometimes, like Ben was saying, revolution. I always argue. I don't want any bloodshed, but I always argue that our neighboring countries, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Ghana, they've experienced so many coup d'etat, and they got it right. Maybe Liberia needs to try some of this thing too. No,
we're not going to.
No.
Thank you, Kehleboe. Thank you.
I would say, and for me, that was going to be my next thing, and I was going to ask a question to get ideas from everybody. How do you think this revolution should happen? Because listen, I don't believe, according to the way it is written right now, for us to have constitutional reform and referendum in the country, we have to go through the national legislature. Even if the people, they will do consultation all across the country. The people will say, this is what we want, this is what we want, this is what we want, this is what we want. They will go to the national legislature. The legislature will decide, no, we want their one. No, we want their one. And there's no consequence. None whatsoever.
Yeah.
Great. Ben, take this question. Take the question. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, I'm calling from Fargo, North Dakota. This is Teddy Tail Lion Nakom.
Go ahead.
I just want to make a comment. Even though I didn't listen from the beginning, because I just came from work. But I want to touch my heart, and
And when those ladies were in the studio, you know, they made a comment on about the war crime, and where we should start from. You know, we're talking about war crime. You know, all the hard feelings, and people are very grieving. The man wish their parents or their fathers were killed, which was not good in Liberia because of the problem in Liberia. But you know that some people into Liberia who have contributed immensely to the society of Liberia, but the Liberian people they don't appreciate them. And we have a deep history with Great Britain, my people, the crew people. You know, we have a deep history with the war when it comes to colonizing this war. When it comes to the Maritimes, you know, and we have our ancestors, some of our Linda people who were trained in the Vatican, and they were well trained to come and lead. And some of them came down, they went down, and a lot of them were executed in the name of crew chiefs. And these things were executed by American Liberian fathers. So those things, you know, even though we don't react to that to cause problem into Liberia, but it still hurts some of us today. So when we talk about war crimes into Liberia, I suggest that we go back there. But why they executed those school chiefs? Those are not just ordinary people. Those are people who are well trained by some of them, by the Vaticans, in Europe, you know. If you go to Liverpool today, there are a lot of black people that are there today. Those are crew people trained and left back there. So we got to go into the details of all this, all of that. We have contributed, even the international maritime the Liberian people having today. That all ships around the world paying taxes to Liberian people because it was because of the crew people contribution internationally. You know, so I just want to suggest that intellectuals that in the studio as panelists, you just see the logic in what I'm saying. That why they executed those school chiefs, and they were executed by American Liberians, Congo people, fathers. So now they are crying about this Nazi agent. What do execute 13 men, 12 men? Well, they should go back if you really want to heal the wounds. Should be very fair to everything. This is what I want to say.
Thank you. Okay, Ben Sanvee, he's talking about the 72 crew chiefs that were executed under Daniel E. Howard by the frontier forces.
Wait,
So,
Mr. Gayman, like before you go to Ben, let me just do my closing, like jump off. I do.
Oh yeah, please do.
I thought the conversation today was really enlightening. It was a revelation that I have not come across before. And so I certainly learned a lot and really was very much appreciative of Councillor Chesson Gibson and Sylvette, who I'm very familiar with, and the Reverend and Madam Dennis. It was a pleasure having them and just being able to recount and walk us through the lives of their families. And as I mentioned, I think it's really important. And just to second the brother's point, we have to heal as a nation. There are a lot of ills that has been committed, and we should do everything to stay away from being selective or seeking selective justice. It was very wrong what happened to those 13 men. It is very wrong, or was very wrong what happened to those 250,000 people. It was very wrong what happened to the people who were oppressed over the 133 years. I think we really need to have some truthful conversations and get to a place of reconciliation if we stand a chance of moving this nation forward. It is more important now than ever. I don't think it's something that should be further postponed. And look, we have to be also realistic. Perhaps this war and economic crimes court is just not going to work. We've seen it being paraded from one administration to the next. And the reason why it's not been executed is because there are a lot of fear of blowback. So let's let's go to step 2. Can we have communal sessions where these people actually approach the families who were executed, families who lost loved ones, and ask for forgiveness? Yes, Liberia's story is very different. Liberia is not Rwanda. We understand that, but it worked for Rwanda. And their civil war was very brutal. Yet, within such a short period, they were able to not completely move on, but at least understand that accountability was taken, responsibility was taken, and most importantly, the people who lost their loved ones were admonished. The tribalistic tendencies or notions were put to the side, and they adapted and became rededicated to Rwanda first. I think if Liberia stands a chance at reinvigorating that Liberia first, we have to do something similar. Look, Liberian people are very forgiving. They're not hard-hearted, but they need you to claim and own what you did. And if we all are guilty in all of these crimes, let's all of us ask for forgiveness. Let's face this head on so we're able to move forward as a nation. The time is now. The time is now because we are literally a train right now that has no brakes. We're a fast-moving train without brakes. It's only a matter of time before we crash and burn. Nobody wants that. But we desperately need a revolution. We need an economic revolution. We need a political revolution. We need a physical revolution. You talk about an entire country of nearly 6 million people with only 11 psychiatrists. When is the mental healing supposed to happen? How many people to one psychiatrist? So we need to get serious about really boosting or rehabilitating these very critical infrastructures to heal our nation. And when I say economic revolution, what I mean by that is, for example, the diaspora that this administration finds no problem in disrespecting constantly contributes about $1.2 billion annually in remittances. What if we can galvanize and make them feel the pain? And that contributes to about 19 to 25% of Liberia's entire GDP. We can start there. We can certainly work with the Western Unions and the MoneyGrams and the Send Waves, right? To close those levers and make them feel the pain. 25% of your GDP, you're going to feel the pinch. That's something that we can control. I talk about the diaspora fund. That's something that we can control. Look, we have to exercise our I know they don't respect the Constitution, but we as a people should not be silenced. And therefore, protest, going beyond just talking, we should get on the streets and protest. And we should make this administration ungovernable. They have to understand that we can no longer, or we're no longer going to take this just lying down. So there are definitely mechanisms, levers that can be pulled. We're seeing across the war, from the Madagascar to Kenya, the people are making their government do things differently. And if we fear the security forces been sent a rattle to come after us, I guarantee you the AFL will join us. I guarantee you they're not being paid well enough. I guarantee you the police at some point will join us. You can't expect to pay a man $175 and that only lasting for like literally 10 days. Do the math. What he takes out from transportation, what he takes out from food. But by the time the first 10 days goes by, the $175 is gone. So they're going to join us. We have to get serious about doing this if our country stands a chance. We have to get back to Liberia first and be the patriotic citizens that we know that we can be. So once again, thank you all so much, and have a really good rest of your evening.
Thank you. Guys, I know we time have been fast spent. Let me pull up this real quick. This historical piece. Siafa and Ben, I want you got to opine on this, then we can close. After the Constitution in Philadelphia was written, Benjamin Franklin was walking in the corridor, and he met this famous woman that asked him, "Wow, it took a long time. We appreciate you, but what did you guys come up with Are we going with monarchy or republic? And he said, we settle on a republic, but only if we can keep it. There's no guarantee we can keep this democracy that we won. So here we are talking about the Republic of Liberia. We are asking the same question Ben just asked and Siafa just asked. Can we keep this republic? It looks like the answer now is an overwhelming no. Not this republic that we have. We can only have a republic if we can keep it as it stands, where 90% of the budget goes to few folks that can legally use cash violence. I was in my district number 3 in Grand Bassa County. Most of the people told me the people that voted their representative were not even from the district. Some guy with a lot of money brought in people from everywhere else and made decisions on their behalf. So the district man doesn't feel a responsibility to his constituents. Because he feels, hey, if I want to bring people in here to win CFR, all I have to do is have enough money, have enough buses, bring people from Bassa into Cape Mount, from Bomey. If I can get them from Sierra Leone, bring them here, get me 3,000-4,000 folks, and I win. That is the democracy we have, and that's the one we don't want to keep. So, Ben, how do we remedy this trucking, where people from Monrovia go to Nimba and elect somebody there?
So
it's a killer.
So Mr. Gayman, and I got to run also, but I would say this. I am a Democrat to the core. I'm a capitalist. I believe in free society. I believe in free government. I believe in self-determination. But I'm not static in my thought. I'm not. You talked about Benjamin Franklin. The democracy that Benjamin Franklin and George Washington and the rest ushered into this country is not the same democracy that we have today. There has been amendments. There have been, like Barack Obama said, we keep perfecting our union. The democracy that Benjamin Franklin then talked about has slavery. White men owned slaves. It was under democracy, but they got better. They got better. Like my big brother Jimmy Eastman just said, systemic reform, not a violent rupture. Nobody. I don't want violence. Kenya has a new constitution. They're still working on it. It's still not perfect. South Africa, apartheid. They changed it. I asked a question the other day on my Facebook page, an honest question. I wasn't trying to be political. Do we need a bicameral legislature? Do we? There are other democracies where they only have one house of the legislature.
Part-time, too.
Part-time. Thank you. You took it out of my mouth. Where do people go to work? They're professionals. They have other jobs. But they go to work and they pass laws in the interest of the country. Can we think about doing something like that? Can we think about maybe turning our legislature into a part-time, because they work part-time anyway. They work 6 months a year.
Yeah, 2 days a week.
In 6 months. The other year, they say they won't constitute, agriculture break. But guess what? No wonder why everybody wants to be a legislator in Liberia. We pay them for 12 months. They work 6 months, they get paid for 12 months. Who would not want a job like that?
They work on Tuesday and Thursday, 2 days a week.
And you even take it out of my mouth. So even in that 6 months, they don't work 5 days a week. They work Tuesdays and Thursdays. Then they say the other days they do research. They go to their office. Who would not want a job like that?
That's right.
Mr. Gayman, you would not want a job like that?
Oh, man.
Imagine your job call you tomorrow and tell you, say, Mr. Gayman will pay you the same salary you got. But all you got to do come to work 6 months in a year, 2 days in a week. I will throw a party for my boss.
Why you did they kill each other for that job?
So my question is, for a poor country like Liberia, for a country that is struggling, maybe we need to start having these conversations. They are uncomfortable, but it needs to be had. These are conversations we need to have. Like I said, apartheid was the order of the day in South Africa. They changed. This country, women didn't have the right to vote. Women can vote now. This country, for almost more than a century plus, a black man could not be president in this country. They changed. What have we changed in Liberia? Have we treated our constitution as a living, breathing document? Or do we treat it as some arcade document that's just sitting down, collecting dust? And once in a while, when something happens, then we go, we wipe the dust out and say, oh, no. Article this or the constitution. Have there been an amendment to the Liberian constitution since it was passed in 1985? Do we have, in this country, they got the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment. Their country, where we talk the people constitution, they keep amending the constitution. And guess what? They will continue to amend the constitution. Because it's in an effort to perfect the union. It's an effort to perfect the union. In Liberia, we are stuck. We are stuck in the past and looking in the future. And hoping that God will bless us.
Yep.
Do you know how many people in the world? Do you know how many countries in this world? Only Liberia God care about?
Mm-hmm.
That thing was, only God we depending on. Newsflash. Maybe God don't forget about ourselves. So my point is, there is a need for an honest, uncomfortable, brutal conversation. Honest. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not calling for overthrow of the government. I'm not calling for overthrow of democracy. I'm just saying, if democracy is supposed to be for and by the people should have a say. They should be in the position to change things. They should be in the position to say, this one not working for us. Let's change it. Let's change it. They were not working. But we as Liberians, we do this thing very well, Mr. Gayman. We do this too well. In the same way we treat LEC. During rainy season, everybody relax. Mm-hmm. Oh, LEC doing well. Oh, and they want the LEC on in my community. By the time jazz is now, we start cussing LEC. Forgetting to understand that the problem that we had the last jazz season is coming to the next jazz season. What are we a nation stuck? Don't we think our brains not working? And that's why I believe that it will take visionary leaders with political will to see what is wrong and confront it and make a determination to change the trajectory of our country. But there's foolishness we own in Liberia, because that's foolishness we own in Liberia. The foolishness we own in that country, where we think, one little overhead bridge, then we celebrate. One little school, then we go cut ribbon. And 2 mile road, then we celebrate. Ain't nothing jack gonna change. Let my friend Abraham Corner say, he took it out of my mouth. Hope is not a strategy, guys. Even Barack Obama, when he talked about this thing called hope, he talked about action. He took practical action. When Martin Luther King spoke of hope, his I Have a Dream speech talked about, I have a dream that one day a black kid will marry a white kid, or my children will be judged by the content of the not by the color of the skin, but the content of the character. Read the whole speech. He outlined actions that will lead this country to where people will be judged by the content of the character and not the color of the skin. So that's all I say, Mr. Gayman. We need a revolution of the mind. We need our people to think differently. We need people to understand that hope is not a strategy. God not coming from heaven to fix Liberia for us. And we're not going to just sit down and hope that it will change. And because we hope that it will change, so it will change. That's all I'm saying. But something is fundamentally wrong with Liberia. That in the 21st century, we're still celebrating overhead bridges. In the 21st century, we get excited when the president of Liberia go cut ribbon for a road. In the 21st century, we get excited when the president of Liberia go open one school building. Something is fundamentally wrong with that country, and we need to figure it out. I don't have the answers, all the answers, but I know, like Obama said, when he used to say, oh, you know, what did you say? You got enough change. You got enough experience. He said, I got enough experience to know that what has been happening in Washington needs to change. It ain't working. I got enough experience to know that. So I will end on that note. But I thought it was a fascinating conversation, Mr. Gayman. As always, you have done an excellent job. Continue to do an excellent job. And we will be coming back in full force to join the conversation.
Let's do, please.
Needs to hear our voices. And we can't continue to just keep going in this direction and hoping that it will get better. Abraham Conner, thank you. Hope is not a strategy.
Yep. Dix.
I'll be very short.
Let me just recognize Jimmy Eastman here, Gemma Borrow, the whole crew. Jimmy, listen, I know you're the ultimate diplomat, okay? He said Thomas Jefferson repeatedly stressed that democracy depends on an informed, educated citizen.
Now what I said?
One of the most powerful lines was, whenever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own
government.
Okay. Let me go. Informed.
Yeah, Vavo, bring us back to Cape Mountain. I see the B mountain behind you.
Listen, Siava will say informed, but even the journalists not informed.
So guess what? Informed citizens. The politician will never inform the citizen. So somebody has to inform the citizen.
That's
you know what I mean? So there's something.
But the citizens may need to go fetch their information.
Yeah, it can happen. So there's something Councilor. There's something Councilor Gibson, Councilor Chesson Gibson said on the show. She said in the 70s, and that debate came up a few months ago. My brother Tomalin had a heated debate. He said, Hoover Boy told us, say, your country, you got a racist clause in your constitution. You know what I mean? But, the non-Negro descent. And she was pushing back in the 70s. Imagine that, Jerome. You know what I mean? And we're still pushing back today. Why? Because the successive government had kept their citizens outside of the economy. One of the few countries in Africa that were citizens, we are spectator in our economy. Yeah. And the people the foreigner that control the economy now, politicians want to advocate for this foreigner to be citizens. Isn't that funny? Don't try to convince me, because I won't agree. You try to convince the common voter to tell you, say, let me the people citizens and see what they will tell you. Number one. Like I said, we are all stewards of our democracy. Democracy is not a nice statue that you build and you just go past it every day. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. We need, every time we have opportunity to remake, we go back to the same old behavior. Everybody said Charles Taylor was a problem. He left. Well, we did. People gathered in Ghana and they just divided job and came back and went back to the same old. Did we change anything in the Constitution? No. So the problem is not one single individual. The problem is collective. It's us Liberians. Well, I will close this. We on closing argument, we can start today by enforcing the law. When we invite folks on the show, representatives, if you're an elected official, you can't talk the politics. If you're a political appointee who will enforce the code of conduct, you come on the show, we're going to talk about your entity. We're not going to talk about politics. We're not going to talk about your political party. Because if we don't try to enforce something, people think everything is free willy. You can bring up minister here, you can't talk about you can't talk about his party all day. And then we go party talk back and forth. No. That shouldn't be. The civil societies have a crucial role to play in our democracy. In this country, we got the ACLU. They spend more time in the Supreme Court than anybody. I like Jerome. The ACLU is sued for everything. Whether the win or not, but like the late Chief Associate Justice Ginsburg said that sometimes the dissenting opinion is studied in the law school more than the other opinion, because everything look up on both sides. But we have all these groups, by association, this group and that group. They go for retreat every year, and every time we get these stakeholder reports on Liberia, they think that can fail consistently the rule of law. And who are the custodian of the rule of law? We got Council of Law, Antonia Law. Every year people passing by tests. We got more lawyers in Liberia than doctors.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
We got more lawyers than doctors, but we fail rule of law every year. So the problem is with us. The problem is with us. The democracy we have, is democracy we have, that democracy we want. Can we fix it? Yes. How can we fix it? Where can we start from? Where can we start from? We can start from holding people accountable. And some of the low-hanging fruits we can do ourselves. I see a friend of mine represented. Why must I call him honorable? There's no way in the Constitution called honorable. We didn't elect honorable. We elect senator representative, right? That's some of these simplest things. We elect senator representative. These people don't even call themselves their constitutional title. They get elected to be called honorable. And they spend government money. They spend government money. They don't follow the law. The Attorney General pretty much told the Republic of Liberia that these people are immune from audit. When he put a committee together, when the committee tries to subpoena a document, they call him, he apologized, said the people were overzealous. I pull it out. That's the country we have. So how can we fix that? But guess what? That thing happened one day, the next day, one a different thing. We expect Yaka history. Tomorrow we'll be talking different thing.
Yeah. So I agree. Like Cyril Allen said, I will end on this note. It is the Honorable House of Representatives. The members are not honorable.
Yeah.
It is called the Honorable House of Representatives. When you become, it's your conduct
that determines whether you're honorable or not.
Determines whether you become an honorable.
No, the people who got right now is automatic. But
everybody in Liberia, by the time they say you assessing me, oh, honorable.
And I hope, Mr. Gayman, I hope one day we get the president of the Bar Association on this show.
Oh, he won't come.
We'll be looking forward for that. I'll be looking forward for that day.
He won't come. We took him to task when the Supreme Court ruled, and he wrote, the president of the Bar Association wrote and said the Supreme Court was wrong. Can you?
I thought they appointed him somewhere.
Yeah, of course.
I think he's going to law reform or somewhere.
Is he still the president?
No, it's Councilor Joel Lawson is the new chairman of the Bar Association.
So if you want a job, you go against your own Supreme Court. You are the bar of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court rules, and you say the Supreme Court wrong. Okay, guys.
Then the speaker, you saw the one the speaker passed the other day. The representative will have two flags on the car.
Two flags?
Yeah, they will have the House of Representatives flag on the left, and the Liberian flag will be on the right. Dopoh flag on the car.
Did you see that foolishness?
Okay, guys, tomorrow.
Good see you guys.
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were thinking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. But for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Garguah and water away infinity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you're alive?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and aside that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you live better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, yearly Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.